What we're going to do is this. I'm putting something on the screen. Can you see? Now, you will have to find individuals that each of these statements is their reality. Do you get it? So for instance, now I know on this table, I know everybody on this table can dance for Africa. Maybe John.
No, there are no questions.
You can do what So on this table, no, number 9 does not apply to this table. So you must leave this table and go to that. There's one table there that there's no. Where's the kids on that? I think I saw them walking.
I don't know where.
Aha! Man of God, you make heaven, sir. Do anything, you still make heaven. So I need us to go to each table and find people that this is their reality. I met a lady that in Microsoft Nigeria. She was a Caucasian, and she said number 2 applied to her. Number 2. And so, Caucasian people came into Nigeria, and so we asked her to give us her experience of number 2, which is the near-death experience. And she said the other day she was driving on the Zumba Badiwe, and she received the call. And because she did not want to pick the call on the express, she turned into one of the streets out for Zumba to receive a call. While she was receiving the call, a bike man came from nowhere on top speed. This one is Oyibo, she came from Silicon Valley. That the bike man came from nowhere and hit her car on the fender of the passenger side. And the impact was so much that, the bike man somersaulted over the bonnet to the other side. So I was asking myself, who had the near-death experience? Do you get that? So I asked her, who had the near-death experience? She said, the trauma. The trauma. I said, okay. I said, did your ever come off? She said, no. I said, how many bars did you have? She said, 6. Did any of them come off? She said, no. Was the impact more on you or on the bike, on the man? She said, the impact was more on her. I said, how? She said, the trauma. I said, the trauma. I said, okay. I said, so if you are complaining, what happened to the bike man? She said the bike man's dog was dusting himself. Dusting himself, was apologizing to her, and that she was in shock. So the man went back to his bike, shook the bike, adjusted it, started it, and drove off. And she said that she had to leave that experience and go to see a therapist. So this thing happens globally, it's not just in Nigeria. Yeah. So Nigeria is working, that. It happens here too, happens here too. So she said she had to go back to see a therapist, in the US, so that they could help her overcome the fact that Okada hit her car. So, and I said, that a lot of us in this room, Okada has hit us, Taylor has hit us, and none of us has seen therapist yet. She now said most of us most likely have PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. And so I was like, okay, well, it's happened, I don't think so. Then what to me when I got home, that really I actually do have PTSD. Because I grew up in a place called Dopemu. Again, there are many of us know where Kagenge is in Lagos. And I grew up under some kind of conditions. One day I was coming back from school, I was 9 years old, and I was walking casually back from school. And I was walking just slowly, and somebody gave me something called the forum. The forum? Where they slap you really hard behind the back. And I told when I looked at the person, and he was the chief executive tout of the neighborhood. And I asked him, can you shift me? And he said, I was school here now, but my work store, I walk fast. Not till today, I walk as if they are chasing me. I'm serious, is that not PTSD? So when I'm walking, taking my walking myself with my wife, I'm walking as if they are chasing me. What's happening? So 30 years after, I'm still walking as if they are chasing me. And a lot of us actually have PTSD in Nigeria. Yes. There's a kind of PTSD that comes from being in a polygamous home. That anything that has to do with code, even politicking bag, you will not use. Are you aware? So I want you to go, somebody just got that. So I want you to go to this and find people that this matches their reality. And of course, there is something for you. There's a reward for somebody that I'll give about 5 minutes to do that. That will have 10 names of people that this is their reality. You can put it on your notepad, you don't have to memorize the names. So your time starts now. So you start from the table, then from the table you move to other tables.
I met 10 people, but there was a very shocking trend that ran through almost every single person that I met, and that was number 2. So I think I agree with you, Lala, that most people do need therapy in here for the...
By the way, Kemi came from the UK, so I'm sure you've done therapy, have you?
Oh, definitely.
How many Nigerians here have done therapy? Someone said, what's that? So, what's that? So, you know how
Therapy is the way to go. That's just how we live in the UK.
therapy is the way to go. I agree with Kemi that therapy is the way to go. You know the way to go we go in Nigeria? Eh? You know what is therapeutic for us? You don't know what's therapeutic for us? That is why you cannot find number 6 now. Do you get that? You don't get it. That is why you can't find number 6. That's our therapy. If you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, forget about it.
Okay, so I met Taiwo, lovely lady Taiwo over there, and she's number 1 and number 2. I met Kolade, and he's number 2.
Holiday, Taiwo, so when you say Taiwo, you want Taiwo to raise her hand so people know Taiwo, okay? So that's Taiwo.
That's Taiwo, and Kolade, where's
And
Kolade?
that means Taiwo can dance for Africa?
She can dance for Africa.
Taiwo. You know Taiwo was at Davido's show yesterday? When we all gathered, immediately Taiwo landed. It took us like 5 hours to boot. I didn't know whether I was here or I didn't even know I was. Meanwhile, Taiwo was saying, Davido Wambio. Davido Expo.
Okay, so number 2 is Kolade.
Kolade, which Kolade? Kolade. Aspire. Oh, Aspire. Kolawole. Kolawole, okay. So number 2 applies to Tony. And he said he has had 2 near-death experiences, Abi. So number 3, yes, what did you mean?
Actually, I've got 3 number 3s.
Okay.
One of them is Nola.
Nola, number 3. You've been to how many countries in total? Nola, are you a pilot? I don't get. I met a lady in NMPC. She has been to 38 countries. 38. But Nola, the way you are going, by the time we meet you next think tank, you would have doubled that one. So, are you one of those that spent to also visit Mars?
No, I wouldn't go there. Okay, so I've got Tony. I've got Tony for number 3. And I also have Abioye.
Tony.
Where's Tony? Anthony.
Same Aspire. Oh, okay.
Anthony over there. And I have Abioye here. Is that? No, sorry. I've got Abioye, who's number 3 as well. Where's Abioye? This is Abioye right here. Yes.
How many countries in total have you been to? How do you do for? Mainly Africa. So that's still with you.
Okay, so let me see. I've got David. David is number 1, number 9, and number 10. David.
So you're a cleric? Is it by name or by what? Okay, I can call you my daddy Gio. Not daddy Gio. Okay.
So I have Yemisi, who is a number 8. Go girl, just like me.
Squid Game.
Yeah.
So who here has not seen any episode of Squid Game? So some people don't even know what Squid Game is, but who has seen at least 2 episodes of Squid Game? Taiwo, have you seen Squid Game? Taiwo, no wonder you went to Expo.
Okay, Demola, I will take over from here. You know, when people are making progress in the team, I'm always glad. And I would just like to take a very short story from one of us who this time around, it's not about business, it's not about making money, it's not about that. But what he did was actually that within his very tight schedule and everything, he was able to pursue and get his PhD. And I just want to tell us, how did he do it? What did you do? I mean, shuttled between two countries, starting businesses here and there. I just want you to just tell us so that, for me, I know I can never get a PhD. The only time a doctor will appear with my name will be honorary. I'm so not looking forward to it. So when I see somebody who has done PhD, I really want to celebrate them because they must be reading. I hope so. Oh. So, Dr. Olorunse, can you give him a microphone so that he can just talk to us? How he was able to pull through that rigorous time. This is also a way of me saying congratulations, because I didn't congratulate you when you got it. So we're trying to settle our... Good. Over to you.
Okay, this is not on.
It's on.
All right, thank you. It's coming as a surprise anyway. PhD. For me, it was fun, starting with the fact that my area of research happens to be something I've done all my life. It has to do with leadership and entrepreneurship and the impact of leadership style on employees' turnover in various organizations. But I narrowed it down to SMEs because that was where we started from. Like I said, it was fun. I set out to do business, but I also know that I have a role to play in the academic space. Not necessarily now, in the future, because I told myself once I'm 50, I don't want to jump up and down any longer. I just want to sit, enjoy the money I've made, but I want my mind to be active. And one of the ways I can do that is when I get to teach. Practically, I've lived my life and what I've been able to do in the business space. So going for a PhD started with my master's first. I remember people asking me when I did the first master's, and I took on the second one, they were like, "Guy, what's your problem? What are you looking for?" Especially with the fact that I was already doing pretty well in business before starting all of this journey. It looks like it should be stressful, right? But for me, it was fun when you're doing what you love to do. So the secret is, if you're going to do it, I recommend that you choose an area of interest, that you will not struggle. So while other people are seeing it as work, for you it's fun. I think the only thing I lost should be family time, the time I stayed away from the family. Even when I'm around, it looks like I'm not around because you're busy burying your head, trying to do your research. And I think I did it in record time, less than 3 years. I was done. Of course, it took a lot of resources, time. I want to appreciate my business partner. It's not easy. Being away from the business, yes. And what you are pursuing is more like personal in quote, right? Of course, it has impact on the business because everything I learned, it was experiential, so I bring it back to the business. But the fact that it looks like a personal goal I wanted to achieve, and I had to go away for that long, and the business kept running. Thank you, Wisdom Ezekiel. I appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. We have Prof here. Again, I'm kind of meeting him for the first time, but we'll get to know him better. So this is what we do. Let me just share a vision with us. The vision, what the think tank is all about. What are we trying to achieve? What are we trying to get? Why do we come? Why did we bring you guys to Dubai and make you come and relax a bit? I hope you will relax. We'll try and put that in. Why did we do that? And 2019 came up with that vision because I saw a gap. We see a lot of people who are so zealous, doing so very well, making all the numbers, the bottom line, very huge bottom line. But you just give them about 5-10 years later and they disappear. And then we all know the statistics when it comes to entrepreneurship. 5 years, 100 businesses start in probably 2005, and then by 2010, 90 of them dead. Then the 10 that survive now goes to another 5 years, and you give them another, 10 years, and then 5 years they also die. I mean, 9 of them will die, and then you're left with just one. 2005 to 2015. The only businesses that start, only one is surviving out of the 100, and that's like 1%. So I always tell people, everybody must have what we call the 10-year strategy. That is to survive. In other words, you're not in business until you have crossed 10 years. No matter what you do, no matter how much you make, and you must be aware of this. So that gives us the mind and the vision to go for that, and then help businesses to build up their businesses to an healthy position where they can survive not just 10 years, they can have 50 years and 100 years. So that's why I said earlier on in the morning that if you're here to make money, this is not the place for you. If you're here to play small, this is not the place for you. Even if you're here to play big, this is not the place for you. But if you're here to play long, this is the place for you. Because you can't play long and not play big. You can't play long and not make money. But definitely, you can't play small and play long. So it's more about a long-term perspective. So that's why we've started this journey since 2019, and then we're going, Olorunseyi Sunday and his partner, they've been with us from day one, and then I also think Peter Okitola is here, also from day one, and it's been going from one season to another. This is like the conclusion of the 3rd season. This is the longest season we have ever had. When we don't, we said 9 months, but 9 months has come to something else. So this marks a new season, end of an old season and the beginning of a new season. So how do we accomplish this? How do we accomplish this? There's something we call the maze procedure. Where's my remote control? Can I have it? We have a maze procedure that we created. We want to do this through mentoring. I provide myself ready for mentoring, and I get to hear, people can call me anytime T. I get calls from the UK, I get calls from anywhere, everywhere, and then they're asking me questions. Sometimes I am the unseen face in many board meetings. Unseen face in many board meetings. I'm at the background, and I'm getting to give a lot of advice and a lot of contribution as much as I can. And sometimes, some people here, they lock me up in the hotel. We stay there for like 2-3 days, and then we come up with strategies. And then the beautiful thing about this is that most of the time, they are not even planned. Most of them are not even planned. I have this strong analytical mind, and to be able to see things that most people will not see. And it's so easy, because if 2 people are playing chess, and somebody is observing, what the observer sees is different from what the other chess player will see. You understand? So I'm more like an observer, looking at how you can move your players and then win the game. So we get there into the strategist position, and then also that's where advisory comes in. We advise, and then we coach, and then also we look at the business. We look at the business, we try to evaluate the business. Because for me, growth does not necessarily mean progress. Health is progress. Because the cells are growing doesn't mean the body is healthy. Sometimes those growths can become a tumor, and the tumors can be cancerous. So you need to look at, do you need to cut this off right now? Do you need to go for chemotherapies right now, and then make sure that business survives? It's all about the foundation. And then if you're built 3, 4, 5 years, and then the foundation is faulty, the best thing for us to do is to pull the building down and go back to the foundation. Or else, whether you like it or yes, the building is going to come down. And may you not come down on our heads. And that's why we're here, and then we'll keep doing this. And also, the program flow and everything. So quickly, before the prof comes in, he's supposed to take his class by 11 here. I still have some few time. Let me just explain this. One of the things I wanted to teach this morning, which I will still get to later in the day, is to talk to you about the different leadership agility that you need to have going forward so that you can maneuver the situation and the circumstances that we faced. The VUCA world is a very interesting world. We are right now, everything is not predictable. Nobody has a blueprint. Nobody knows what's going to happen, more or less. Everything is still just speculations and everything. That's why you have to be on your toes. You have to know what you're doing. You have to know how to maneuver the way. And then one thing that I would like to pass across to us is that most of the time, many of us are bogged down with operational leadership. Operational leadership. It's not going to pay us. Can you get me my slide quickly? Let me just switch to my new slide. I will just go, I will not teach, I will just explain, just give you a summary. And then what I try to do when we get into the strategy session with some of the people who have done with us is to make sure that we take you away from being operational and then bringing you to that strategic leadership, strategic mindset, strategic thinking. But that definitely is not even enough. Because there's a third angle that most of us need to be thinking about right now. If you really, really want to play the big game and you want to play the long game, which is called sophisticated leadership. Now, in every board, now I don't know how we do this. I think we need to, somebody help me pull, okay, don't worry, I can pull it. In every board, you're supposed to have the operational, the strategic, and the sophisticated leadership all wrapped up together. Your executive directors, if you have some, or your directors or the head of operations or anything, is supposed to be that supervising operations. The CEO is supposed to supervise strategy. But the chairman is supposed to be sophisticated. I will explain that. But most of the time, we look for chairmen that are strategic. No, that's not his job. His job is sophistication. And then if you don't have that, then you realize that you will have to pay the price at the point in time. One of us, unfortunately, can't be here. I wanted him to share a story. Something happened to him like some few days ago. We all got to know about it, but thank God they've been able to pull through, and they are off it. What got him out was not strategy. What got him out was no operation. Actually, operation probably messed him up a little bit. Strategy probably messed him up a little bit. What got him out of that bottleneck was sophistication. Sophisticated. What's sophisticated leadership? It's more about building social skill, social connect, social relationship. And that's what your chairman is supposed to do. That's what your chairman is supposed to be strong with, not about the strategy or day-to-day running of the activities of the organization. So that's why most of the time I tell people here, your job is not to do the job. Your job is to bring the job to be done. And that's even the CEO. But as a sophisticated leader, your job is not even to do all those things. Your job is just to meet people and build up strong connection. Because when the chips are down, strategy may fail you. That is if sophistication is not part of your strategy. And most of us, what we have is that we have operation here, OP, and then we have strategy, and then we have, most of us don't even know that sophistication is there, sophisticated, leadership. Now, if this is it, it's so divided that the problem here is that this works. This works, but it's so divided that the day this guy is not around, probably strategy goes on break. And then the day this guy is not around, something is wrong with operation. But there must be a link. Now, this is operation, must have a link with strategy, must have a link with, sophistication. Now, the CEO must have a grip on operation and must be strong with strategy, but must not stop there. He also must be sophisticated. Because most of the time, when you look for a chairman, you look for a chairman that is sophisticated, a chairman that is connected, a chairman that can go and probably get into 10 Darwin Street and make sure that probably the decision they are making there, it can be influenced. Or is it Westminster right now? He has some MPs there, and then he can influence things. And they say, okay, you're not going to breathe. I was told yesterday when somebody had to yank off Russia from one of the events here because of what is happening, and then calls were made, and then the UAE government called the organizers and tell them that they have to bring in Russia back, on the list or they lose their license. So Russia was brought back on the list immediately, and then that is not strategy. That is sophistication. That is sophistication. So you must have that. So the chairman is here. This is the CEO. This is the chairman. But the interesting thing is that most of us, our chairmen, if they are not the founders of the business, have different interests. They are here, they are there, they are there, they are here, and they have to take of their own businesses also. So that is why the CEO, the founder, must also be, as much as strategic he must also be very sophisticated. Stakeholders and management must be top priority. Must be top priority. So what I want to actually graduate everybody in here, who is a CEO, who is a founder into, is that sophistication. Sophistication. And then you can never be effective in sophistication when you're bogged down with operations. How is the work going? Who is doing this? Who is doing that? At this stage, it is not your job. And if you're still there, then the VUCA world, I'm looking at my time also. I know you're coming to time. Is it ready? I know it's supposed to come up in 15 minutes time. Am I right? Yeah, good. So the VUCA world that we're talking about, the disruptions that we're talking about will take you away. Will take you away. If you're still bogged down, you're a CEO, you're a founder, you're still bogged down with operation. You want to find out how many cement bags you bought and everything. That's not your job. By now you should have developed a lot of people to be able to do that, trusted people to do that. If you have not done that yet, then you are an endangered species. Endangered. You will not be able to see ahead. You will not be able to take new grounds. So that's that. Then you come into strategy. That is your forte as a CEO. But that is not what you should now build your tent around. So I expect more of us to not even go to work most of the time, but be holding meetings. And that's why you can't be here and not know 10 people. What Demola did, you don't know 10 people, you don't know 20 people right here, and so that they can help you whenever you get stuck. Who do you know here? Who knows somebody there? Who knows somebody here? And then before you know what's happening, you get things done. So every one of us here, as long as you're a founder, you are a CEO, you must start building that sophistication skills. What do I need to know? How do I need to go about it? How do I make friends? How do I build loyalty? Not just within my organization, but how do I have loyalty around? I think it was Professor Patch told me that taught us this some few, years or few months ago, and he called it regulator capture. You just must be able to capture the regulators. We all know the banking industry, what happened to us in Nigeria like 10 years ago or so during Sanusi Lamido. The banks that were taking Intercontinental, they had strategy, but they were not sophisticated enough. Because I was told that it was a matter of vendetta for Sanusi because probably, I don't know the truth, I don't know, it's not confirmed yet. I mean, he was trying to get across to the Intercontinental man. But immediately took those banks. It was coming for phase 2. Then the Red Boys, the Zenith, the UBAs switched into sophistication, went to the National Assembly of Nigeria. National Assembly started shouting, how can you take a decision? We're supposed to be, no. How won't you let us know? They called Sanusi. He appeared in the National Assembly. And before you know what's happening, he didn't take those things again. So he gave them soft landing. So if you have been a CEO for 10 years, resign. Resign. And then you can't be a board member even after 10 years. But Sanusi became emir. And then these Red Boys, sponsored one of their boys to become the governor of Central Bank. When he became governor of Central Bank, He dropped the 10 years rule. And then these red boys came back as chairman of their banks. That's sophistication. They captured the regulators. So you're here in any industry that you're in. You're not playing, nobody knows you amongst the people that can regulate you. You are endangered. You are endangered. So you need to start working on that. And hopefully, after Prof has done his bit, which I'm so looking forward to. I'm so looking forward to it. Then I'll come back and then we'll expatiate on this, how you can build this sophistication. But before we start building sophistication, we also need to start looking at the operation. What does it look like? Actually, somebody who is strong in operation solves every problem with policies and systems. They don't just solve problems with their words. Okay, I've solved that problem. Once that problem is solved, there must be a process that can be traced, can be followed, and documented that every other person who is coming up or who is going to be in that position or anything can follow. And if you don't have that, you have not tightened up your operations yet. You've not tightened it up. And that's one of the things that we do when we come into your space. At the think tank, the NIA Additional Think Tank, we come into your space, we try to help you with all those processes and procedures. All those processes and procedures, it's very, very important. That's when you can have that free mind to even go strategic, and you can't stay with strategy alone. You have to be absolutely sophisticated. You don't leave it to your chairman or your chairman or your chairperson. You must be. You must have a relationship. You must be able to get yourself out of any bottleneck. And that is absolutely important. Now, as I get off your face briefly, by now you should know that what the NIA Adesanya Think Tank supplies to you is operations, strategy, and sophistication. We make our relationship available. We put our name on the line. Everything that we have to do. That's why we always want to verify the people that join us. Many people want to join us, but we say, no. I mean, you can come for our program, but it's another thing for you to be part of the inner circle. In this building right now, we have the inner circle, and then we have the inner circle. So we'll talk more about that, and then but I don't know if anybody has any questions, so to just ask. I say I have about 7 minutes to get off your face before. Where's Timola? Okay, Sydney, quickly.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sydney Joda from Oxford University. My question is, yesterday I heard you talking about the sophistication leadership.
You heard me, Sir Kaba?
Talking about the sophisticated leadership, and that will be like the second time. I would like if you can be more practical, give us practical steps on how to attain it, so that it doesn't look like something else.
Oh, definitely. I'll get practical. You know, I'm a very pragmatic teacher. And then I didn't go through my slide. I just gave you a brief of what I would have talked about if I had my 2 hours, but because we didn't come early. And you know, when you're dealing with CEOs, you can't drag them into class. I can't threaten you with, I will report you to your boss. You guys take your time. And you're not here for the certificate anyway, you're just here for the knowledge. So that's what is more or less tying our hands and incapacitating us. And I guess, most of you have heard me before, and I guess the reason why you came, because probably you saw the timetable, and okay, the prof is going to come around now. I've never had him before, so let me come and hear him and everything. But we'll definitely break that down. There are practical things on the slide that you need to do. Well, sophisticated leadership is all about building relationships and knowing how to cultivate it, how to manage your stakeholders, knowing where they are, knowing how they think, and knowing what you need to contribute to make yourself valuable. Because you know what? I can't do you a favor if you're not valuable to me. I can't. And if you have not been consistently valuable, consistently available, I can do you a favor. Because most of the things that you get in the sophisticated angle or level are mostly favors. Are mostly favors. I mean, a lady was with me yesterday, one of my protege. She does business here in Dubai. I mean, she said she came and was going to register a business. She said she got 3 licenses. 3 licenses. 3 licenses. She got 3 licenses for a very ridiculous price. And then she got the business registered in record time, less than 24 hours. That's sophistication. So we'll deal with that, Sydney. Is that okay? And okay, also though this, let me say this. I think you have a form with you, a non-disclosure agreement form. You need to sign it. You know how it goes? We're going to record this. You guys are going to have it with you. But once you sign this, it must not be shared even at your board meetings. It's for your consumption. It must not be shared with your friend. It's for your consumption. In as much as we are bound by the NDA we sign with you, you're also bound by the NDA you sign with us. Because we're not going to sell this. We're not going to make this, whatever happens here, public consumption. Until probably after 12 months or 6 months, after you have utilized it, hopefully, and then you have won with it, then we now take it probably to the market. So please, it's good you sign that NDA, go through it and sign it. So I will hand over right now, it's about 4 minutes. Let me call in Demola and he will introduce the second speaker for the day. Thank you.
Our next speaker is an interesting person. And why do I say that? His mom is Spanish. His dad is Italian. His granddad is British. He was born in Argentina. He has been to 81 countries. He is a prolific. So Nola, our next speaker has broken that record. So even if you double it, you have not hit it yet. You have to like times 4 of it. So he's been to 81 countries. He's an outstanding thinker. He's worked in various capacities across Europe, America, Africa. And what's interesting about it is that his forte is strategy, innovation. Please make welcome our next speaker, Professor Martin Spragon.
Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. And I tell a little bit about my story here. I've been in Dubai since almost 15 years, right? I lived in Canada for almost 11 years before coming to Dubai. Within those 11 years, I've been 3 years in France. Within those 11 years, after the 3 years in France, I've been in Italy like 2 years. When I was very young, I lived in UK and in Italy. So my life is a mess. And my identity is a mess. Because you tell me, where are you from? I have no idea. I have 5 passports. So, I don't know. It's like playing cards with the passports. I tell a little bit about what I do professionally. I have a PhD in innovation and strategy, and I have 3 masters in different things, but I don't believe in credentials. I don't believe in credentials. Those are papers. I believe in skills, and I believe in what we do. So that's the game. So my last job here has been, I've been the dean of the Sheikh Hamdan Smart University, the dean of the business school. For the last 2 years, I was there, running a big team of 71 people. And believe it or not, I quit my job in October after a career of 25 years. And you say, are you crazy? I am crazy. And I like it. And you say, but how come? Everything is so good. Why did you quit? Are you crazy? I say, no. Because you need to change things. When things are very good, you need to change them. That is the first thing I want to share with you today. When things are very good, change. You know why? Why do you think you need to change when things are very good? Because generally, people are going to teach you, continue doing what works. Because if it works, continue doing. And I tell you, be careful. Because if you continue doing what you've been doing that works, very soon, sooner than later, it will crash and it will not work again. So you need to be surfing new waves all the time. And it's not talking, it's doing. Walk your talk. So why I quit my job? I was at the top of my career. Everything was amazing, amazing salary, trust me. First class, trips all the time, perks, corporate credit card, boom, 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 whatever I want. Was I happy? I'm okay. But I was at the top, Sheikh Hamdan, you know? And I quit my job. You say, why? What did you have? Did you have a plan? No. I just quit my job. And I said, I'm going to go to my house in Italy for a couple of months to go to the beach and relax. I left everything, I canceled my visa, and I disappeared from Dubai. This was October 2021, just last year. And I went away, and I came back after 2 months. You know what I'm doing right now? We're talking about a period of more or less 4 or 5 months. 4 or 5 months since I quit my job. You know what I'm doing right now? No, this is, I'm enjoying it. I didn't even prepare because I love this. I do this since ever. What I'm doing right now? I'm the CEO of 2 companies, 400 people each company. The first company is a startup in Metaverse. You heard about Metaverse? Metaverse is going to be launched in 2-3 weeks, officially the platform. We have more than $5 million investors already put the money in. We have investors begging to come and say, stop. I don't need you now. Let me run, and when I tell you to come, you come. And they're begging, because the future is Metaverse. And we're going to talk a lot about that very soon, right? So we are planning to make new rounds in the next 4 or 5 months of 50, 60 million US, but not right now. My salary wasn't that, trust me. It was okay. But you see, did I plan this? No. I didn't plan anything. Everything was amazing. And when I quit, people told me, my friends, you are crazy. Some people stopped talking to me. Oh, you don't have that position? Okay, you know? They didn't say, but that's exactly the thing. Now that people know what's happening, they come back, you know? And I'm gentle, I have a nice heart, very compassionate, I'm okay. But you work in silence, you do your own thing. So Metaverse is the next thing. Second company is called EZ Chain. EZ Chain, EZ Chain. I'm the CEO as well. This company is a platform, kind of avalanche network for not just cryptocurrencies and stuff, for smart contracts. So I'm planning to disrupt, starting in Dubai, UAE, GCC, and beyond, the way government works, all governments, the way corporate world works, through smart contracts, about everything and anything. We already have a pile of people looking forward to sign contract with us to implement the network, and it's going. I have, again, teams all over. Virtually, I never met them, and we are working since a long time, almost 4 months already, in both companies. So this is just to tell you, never be afraid to make a drastic decision. And when people tell you, what is your plan B? I don't need a plan B. My plan A is plan A because I don't need a plan B. It's going to be okay. And you don't need to have, oh, I need to know exactly what I have to do. I don't need to know. I need to think, relax, go away, go to the beach, enjoy my life, and suddenly this will come. Let them flow. That's the message, okay? Because society tells you, plan B, plan C. Why? Are you planning to lose already? Before starting, you're a loser? Are you a loser? Really? You know, I am not. I don't want to be. You know? There's no need for plan B or plan C or plan whatever. I have plan A and period, because my plan is going to work. If you want to make it, you will make it, period. I have no money. It doesn't matter, money comes. You know? Do you think I put money to run my companies? Zero. Do you think I'm paying these 400 people, developers in Thailand, in Vietnam, to develop software? Zero. How come they're doing the job for you? You tell me, how come? How come? Because they love the vision, because they have equity, and I tell you, I will give you a certain percentage of equity of the company, and when we are going to have billions, you're going to be a millionaire, you know? And by contract. But now you work for me. If you believe in this, let's go. Okay, zero money. So we share the risk. You have skin in the game, so I pay you nothing. I gave you a vision. You like it, jump. You don't like it, don't jump. There are so many people that will love this, you know? Today we have money flowing, and I say, stop. And people say, no, get them. No, I want full control. This is my idea and our idea. It's not theirs. When we are more solid, then we will sell them more. They will tell them, come, but not today. You see? Because you have to think always, your vision is long-term, so it's your vision, your dream. Don't be shortcoming, because it's very easy to say, oh, give me the money right now, give me the money. I lose my control, and you know now, I lose everything in my dream, because the guys are going to just decide what to do. And this happens a lot to a lot of people. They see the millions right now, oh, let's go. No, if you're a loser, you do that. If you're afraid, you do that. If you give power to people so fast, of your dreams or your life, you're going to pay for it, right? So this is the kind of mindset I'm going to be talking to you right now. This is a practical example, because I like to talk about practice, not theory. You will see it's very practice-based, zero theory, what I'm going to talk to you. And this is reality, and this is my life. So we're going to talk a little bit about strategy, how we translate that strategy into something concrete. We're going to talk about how we align things together, resources together. We're going to talk about how we manage risk. But you will see that everything we are going to be talking about are ideas, food for thought. I'm not coming with theory here. I'm coming with practice and ways of thinking. We are going to talk a little bit about what is happening today in the world, global trends. We are going to talk a little bit about the design thinking mindset, which is so important, so important, and some key takeaways. So let's talk about strategy. And if I ask you, what is strategy? And don't tell me definitions from books. If you tell me, a lot of you are entrepreneurs, a lot of you have your own business. If I ask you, but be real, what is strategy for you? Don't be shy. There's no good answer or bad answers, just, you know? A unique process of making things done, okay. I would say that's very important, and that's something that is completely part of strategy. But you will see that that is not strategy, but it's completely a part of strategy. A unique process to making things done. I like that. What else? So you talk about a proactive approach to getting things done. So getting things done, a proactive approach, an organized approach. Okay, what else?
Strategy is the system used to solve a problem.
I love the word system, right? It's a system to solve a problem. That's very interesting. We'll talk a lot about systems. A system to solve a problem. When we talk about system, it's very interesting what you say too, because the system comes to my mind like the big picture, understanding the different elements, having this vision, understanding the different stakeholders, right? And then we have the implementation part that you guys are talking about, very important as well. Something else about strategy. If you think about the story I told you, right? The story I just told you 5 minutes ago. What is the strategy I used? Was I proactive? Think carefully when you answer. I quit my job. Was I proactive to launch these companies? Did I have a plan? Did I was executing to say, I'm going to follow an action plan that I wrote down with KPIs? Did I did that? You know what? It's not that I believe in Harvard, MIT, I don't. I've been there so many times. I've been dealing with these guys a lot, face to face, physically there. Great names, I'm not impressed, right? But if I tell you, one of the latest articles in Harvard is the death of KPIs. The death of KPIs, key performance indicators. The death of KPIs. And this is a recent article. What do you think about this? Make sense? Or doesn't make sense? Because I bet you something. In your works, do you have objectives and KPIs, and you control people like that, and people control you like that, your shareholders? Like, you know, we have this objective, these KPIs. Do you? Generally like that, yeah. So what I'm going to teach you today, again, I said teach, it's not the word. What we're going to share today about things, I will show you a completely different way of thinking. You may take it or leave it. I don't care. I just share with you a different way. I'm crazy. Remember I told you. I'm very crazy. I'm not traditional. But that doesn't matter. What matters is, are you having a plan A or a plan A? That's what matters. I don't care how you get there. I care, do you need to have plan B and C or not? Because if you do, there's something wrong. Are we on the same page? So this is just an alternative way of doing things. And again, maybe you never heard about these kind of things because it's very untraditional. So when we talk about business, right? When we talk about business and innovating and we talk about strategy, the big picture, the dream, the vision, right? There's mainly 4 things that you can think about as a company to do something different, or to change whatever you have, or to create something different. So let's go one by one with some ideas, right? You have the paradigm, I will tell you what is that right now. You have the process, you have the product, or the position. So in any of those 4 dimensions, you can do something that is different and gives you a spot in the market, right? So let's go for the first one. When we talk a paradigm, someone knows what is a paradigm? When people talk paradigm, it's a fancy word, it's very complicated, but what does it mean exactly? These scholars, academic people are very complicated, you know? But what is a paradigm? It's just a way of seeing things, the way you see the world, the lenses you use to see the world. If I ask you right now, like, you don't need to think too much. How do you see the world today? Is it okay? There's something wrong with the world? Things are smooth? There's changes going on? What's happening today? Tell me. What can you tell me? What's happening today in terms of something, I don't know. What is happening in the world today? A lot of wars, right? A lot of war, tension between some countries like Ukraine, Russia, NATO, States, China, right? A lot of things. In Middle East as well, you have a lot of things. Oh my God, COVID, right? There's a lot of things going on. So when you think about the paradigm, things are as they were before or not anymore. And they will never be again. We are in a point of no return, guys. We are in a point of no return. We will never be the same. And it's not a cliche, it's a reality. You say, what are you talking about? You know what? I'm meeting so many new people lately, by accident, but I don't believe in accidents. It's the universe. I'm meeting so many new people right now I am 48 years old, right? People between 40s and 55. I'm meeting a lot of people, men particularly, but it's just happening. Most of these guys, big positions, you know, they've been working for a long time here and there, and most of these guys, they have one thing in common. Can you guess what? One thing in common. And they didn't talk to each other, they don't know each other. I'm the one in common ground, but they don't know each other. We always talk about one thing. You know what is it? I hate my life right now. I don't like my job anymore. Yeah, I'm great, but you know what? I'm not happy. This is not good enough. I don't know what I want, but I know something. I need more time, I need more freedom, I need more money. But I'm not, you know, I'm not motivated. I don't know what to do. A lot, right? So this is something that happens today, and one of the triggers is COVID. Because COVID, we like it or not, makes you think and reflect on things. And you realize a lot of things you don't have anymore, or that you used to love and you don't love it anymore. So things are changing. Businesses are disappearing, new businesses are being created. A lot of businesses are going to be obsolete and disrupted already, or very soon. It's already happening, right? So when we talk about where you can innovate, is the way you see things. So because of COVID, because the lack of hope of a lot of people, because of disruption in technology, because of things like metaverse, because of things like NFTs, we'll talk about that very soon, cryptos, because of all these things of people becoming millionaires in 1 year, like nothing, in the 20s. You heard about that? People buying coins or NFTs, and suddenly they make millions and they have 20 years old. And you've been working for 30, 40 years or 30 or 20 years, and you say, my God, I hate you, you know? And these guys, overnight, are millionaires. Like from their bed, with their shorts, doing nothing. It's a new way of thinking. And you say, why cannot I do the same? You can. The thing is, are you already thinking like that or not? You know? I've been doing the same like that for 25 years. And suddenly I woke up in Italy, I say, you know what, I'm going to change the way I'm doing things. I'm not throwing this away. I'm capitalizing on what I have to go there. Doesn't mean, oh my God, I'm going to kill my career. No. This is my dream plan, to jump higher. I'm going to jump on that to go much higher, to break everything that exists and the way it exists. I'm going to break traditions. I'm going to break the way I think. I'm going to disrupt everything that is around me. And if you don't like it, get out. This is my life. I'm doing it this way. You know? And things change. And new people come to you. And these people that come to you are people that are like you. I told a meeting a lot of people, suddenly, this is the thing. I'm so happy. Things are changing. Because maybe something changed. And you attract those people. So when we talk about innovation and creating something, or we were talking about centennial strategy, 100 years in the future, I don't know. But what you can know is there's opportunities, so many, to get started from scratch already, so many. Another thing you can do is thinking about the process. You say, what is that? Process is about how you do things. How you do things. How you achieve something in your company. If you produce cars, right? You know Tesla, right? You know Elon Musk. What do you think about this guy? He's a crazy guy. He's lunatic. He's very lunatic. I mean, we are very similar. But this guy, you know what? This guy is changing the rules of the world so big time. And he's disrupting and changing everything. And I went to visit the factory where he's building cars. I went literally with students. We went together to visit this guy and see how he's doing the cars. More and more are robots building the car. There's no almost human intervention. And the cars he's working right now are flying cars. You heard about that, right? So everything is changing, and it's the way he's producing those cars, which is very much the process thing. Everything is changing, right? So process is completely a new game, automated, faster, cheaper, perfection, almost zero error. Because of what? Robotization. Another thing is about the position. When you talk about position is, how are you going to position yourself in the market? You know, what kind of niche or what kind of target market you're going to be using very much. If I ask you very simply, you know, which is one or two needs that the world needs today based on all the context, what are we longing for? What are we looking for, globally speaking? Everyone is looking for something. There's a tremendous need of something. If you think about worldwide, what are humans looking for right now? What do you need? Someone said something. Beautiful, that's one thing. Peace. You say, so what? I ask you, so what? Peace. Peace is a tremendous need. Can you sleep at night, relax as soon as you arrive home and you say, I'm going to sleep? Oh, it's 8. I'm going to sleep. It's 9. I'm going to sleep. Can you? I cannot. Maybe something is going on in my mind or in my heart. I don't know. But I'm not in peace. And most people I'm talking about, they are not in peace because of this or because of that or you name it. But peace is one of the needs we're talking about. So if you think about, so what? So I ask you, what can be done to fix the peace issue in the world? You say, what are you talking about? The peace issue individually, what can you do? I'm not talking about, oh, no more wars. Oh, I hope, but I don't know that's possible. But what kind of service you can offer to address the peace issue? And you can make so much money out of that. If you say, if you are creative enough, if you have a new way of seeing things, right? If you have a new way of delivering things, what can you do that doesn't exist today that can address issues like that to people? And I mean, we can brainstorm for a long time, but there are so many possibilities, right? Just an example. And the next one is products, right? When we talk about products and services, how can you change or disrupt or invent new products or services today? There are so many possibilities. So when we talk about innovation or when we talk about strategy, you say, what can I do along these lines? Either 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or all together in terms of the way I see things, in terms of needs, in terms of positioning myself, and in terms of what kind of products or services can I offer to really do something different. And I will give you now a practical example, coming back to one of the companies. One of the companies that I'm launching right now is called Skydos, the metaverse. And you say, so what? I give an example. I'm a professor. I love universities in general. I love education. But I completely disagree and I dislike big time with capital letters the education system today. I don't believe in the way little kids are educated. I don't believe in the way general degrees are being done. I don't believe in the curriculum. I don't believe. That's one of the reasons why I quit my job. So you say, so what? In the metaverse I'm talking about, one of my dreams since years, it's not today, or it's not like 5 months ago, since years and years, more than 10 years, but I never dare or I never knew how to do that, is to create virtual 3D avatar-based campuses, a universal campus. You say, what? Avatars where you are represented by an avatar and you go to the universal campus that is your passport, your avatar, and you go, you say, what? You can be anywhere in the world. I meet the best people, the most knowledgeable people, the best mates that are doing things similar to you or different to you, virtually in classes, and exchange like we are doing right now through holograms, fully engaging emotionally, sensorially, because you can touch and feel. There's new technology coming right now where you can touch and feel. You can really even smell. This is coming, right? And it's exchanged with other people without any boundaries of anything. No space, not money boundaries, no time boundaries, nothing. So you can be dealing with other people and attend a universal campus and develop skills and learn skills for real in simulated safe environments and have degrees as NFTs, which are validated by the blockchain network. You say, what are you talking about? Exactly that. Today, if you work in Dubai, you need to have stamp for your degree from your primary school, secondary school, bachelor's, master's. Imagine that, like me, I study in different countries, so I have to go to every country physically to go stamp, you know? My God, it's very expensive. I have no time. Imagine my school when I was in primary school closed down. What am I going to do? I'm dead. No one's going to take me. You laugh, but it's true. So these kind of solutions, imagine having your degree validated worldwide automatically by a blockchain. You understand what I'm talking about? And the NFT is something that is yours, unique. You cannot change it, and it's recognized by the world on the spot, by everyone. So wherever you go, people know this guy, this woman, they have the skills. We all know that. If you own Bitcoin, everyone knows you own that Bitcoin in the network, anonymously, but they know. The network knows. So when you buy and sell, they know. When you go anywhere in the virtual campus with your NFT, everyone knows you have the skills, and you achieve that one. So imagine this kind of thing. Viability is going to be generating money, it's going to create value, it's viable, it's a viable business. Well, in this case, completely. Why? It's worldwide. What is your market? The world. Who needs that? Who needs that? Everyone. From a little kid that is born, is going to be on the tablet already. And whoever doesn't jump in the game of metaverse or, you know, blockchains or smart contracts is going to lose the train. In any business you do, regardless who you are, doesn't matter. Because your suppliers will start doing that, your competitors will start doing that. So you jump in or you are off. So it's so important to get into the game. The shareability, that means what? Well, do people want that? Everyone wants that. Who doesn't want to work from home? Who doesn't want to be free all the time? I want to be in, you know, Hawaii or Miami or in Italy at the beach working. That's what I do. I travel a lot and I work. Why I do that? Do you work? Yeah, I work online. I have meetings online a lot. I delegate a lot. I tell you what to do. I work. But you know, it's desirable. Yeah, completely. I'm so free. I've never been so free. I can be playing golf or doing whatever. And they told me, you have a pitch in 20 minutes, no problem. I stop my things. I have my laptop, data. Okay, let's make the pitch right now. You say, what? Yeah, I sit down, relax, my Coke, yes, and I do the pitch to investors, 20 minutes shut down, continue playing. That's not the future, that's the current situation today of a lot of people. As opposed to having a tie, waking up 5 o'clock in the morning for a shower, running under the traffic, all stressed to work, sweating, punching or checking in, you know, and then coming back home late. I don't like that anymore. Thank you. It's very cool. Nah. I like shorts, sandals, you know, and a shirt. Exactly. You know, most of the guys I'm meeting right now, shorts. You say, this poor guy, he's a billionaire. You say, poor guy, the guys don't show off. Low profile, but check their wallet. You know? And they're like, oh, man, how are you doing? Oh, cool, relax. You know, but they're loaded. And it's low profile. That's the new tomorrow, today. You understand? That's today. The new tomorrow today is happening now, right now. So this is the thing. And the next one is this sustainable? Completely. Why? Because more and more, the new tendency in whatever we do is exponential technology development, metaverse, mobility, micro, more money doing nothing. You say what? More money doing nothing, passive investments, robots working for you. You say what? Robots working for you. Anyone is trading with robots that buy and sell things for you while you sleep 24 hours are 24 hours? You should. I do. So, and I can share with you how to do that. It's very simple. You just have robots, literally robots. It's an algorithm that you buy, and you can have 100 robots, all you want, trading for you, and they make you always money. They never lose. Because they are robots. And they can just fix the trade if you know, the market goes against them. And it's always generating money. So while you're sleeping, it's clink, 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 clink. No joke. People don't believe this, and it's okay. I'm so happy. I make more money. You know? So, but this is happening today. And I was introduced to this like some month ago by an engineer, and I was like, what? I don't believe this. And when I start seeing and testing the system by myself, I customize it. It's amazing. Because you do money while you're sleeping. You do money while you're listening to me right now. You do money while you're having coffee. You play golf, you're making money. Doing nothing. That is called passive investment. Really passive because you do nothing. You just collect your money end of the day. And it's already cashed. If you are interested, then in the break we talk. And I show you how to do. I mean, I tell you where you can do that. Very simple. So when we talk about strategy, to sum up just on that, it's a mindset. We didn't talk about textbook definitions. I don't care. It's useless. Okay? PhD, 3 masters, useless. No. No. I don't say that doing a PhD and masters is bad. What I say is, don't think because you have the credentials, you have the knowledge. No way. That is just an entry ticket where you develop skills to learn new things, which is different from saying, oh, I have a PhD, I'm a doctor, I'm the man. No, you're nothing. Do you get me? Societies say to check the box, oh, you have a doctorate. Wow. I'm graduated from top 10 university in the world. Do I care? I care that I learn the skills to learn new things, or to unlearn what I don't need anymore, or to reinvent myself. That I care. What gave me that? Of course, PhD help a lot, master help a lot, but it's like a mindset. That's your strategy, the way you think. If you think it's not possible, you are right, it's not possible. If you think it's possible, you are right, it's possible. So you already win or lost before you started to do something. Someone is a fighter here? Someone fights a lot? Not at home, I say professionally. You do boxing? There's no fighters? No? I'm a black belt in Taekwondo, and I'm a Jiu-Jitsu professional wrestler. I love that. I don't do it anymore now, but I used to do it a lot. Don't be afraid, it's okay. So I used to do that a lot, you know? And everything is in your mind. When you're gonna go to the ring and you have a guy there, sometimes you have guys like, oh my God, you see, big guys. But it's in your mindset. Because if you think, my God, he's so big, he will destroy me if he touches me. If you think he will, he will. If you think, yeah, but I'm much faster. To move an arm of him, he will get so windy and tired very fast because the muscle mass is so huge, the effort is crazy, and I'm very agile, I'm very flexible. He should try to get me if he can. And when he's windy, I knock him down. It's a mindset. Thoughts is very important. Everything starts with the thoughts of things. What else? What you think is what you attract. And it's not a joke. I'm a clinical psychologist, by the way. I didn't tell you that. I have a lot of lives. My first degree is a clinical psychologist. I love psychology. Right? What you think is what you become. If you imagine you are a handsome woman or a handsome guy, amazing, good looking, objectively speaking. You are amazing. You are, muscly, well made, well shaped, curvy, you name it. You are amazing. But you think, for a variety of reasons, that you're ugly. Imagine. Or you're extremely smart, objectively speaking, but you think you're dumb. For a variety of reasons. Because of your parents, always told you whatever, you're ugly, you're fat, you're ugly, you're not good, you're not, you know? Or maybe your context, I don't know. But imagine that. You are very smart and you've been told always you are not smart, you are dumb. What's going to happen to you? You will believe you are dumb, you will act like a dumb, and you will die like a dumb, period. Trust me, you could be the most handsome guy or the most beautiful, sexy girl, but if they think you're ugly, you will be treated as such. Period. Can you change that? 100%. Remember, strategy is a mindset. When we talk about how you position yourself, it's a mindset. Nothing is limiting but your mind. And it's not just someone talking, oh, this guy left his career for 25 years to go crazy and do something different. You know, I'm just one more. There's a lot of people like me. Don't get impressed. There's a lot of people out there doing that and much better than me. But it's a mindset. If you dare to change, you just break it on the spot. If you decide it's enough, it's enough. And I'm like that, and I decide to see myself like that, that's enough. Things change. Your behavior changes because your mind changes. The secret is what you think is what you become. What you think is what you feel, and what you feel is what you act. Think, feel, act. If you think this, you're going to feel like, oh my God, and you're going to act like, oh my God, you know, like a victim. If you think, I can, this is possible, I'm going to change this, I'm going to break this, I'm going to start feeling very powerful. And when you feel very powerful, what happens? Your behavior changes. And you know what happens? You start attracting a completely different energy to you, completely different set of people to you. And your circle starts changing. And this circle re-nurtures the way you feel, and you feel more powerful, and your mind starts going even higher, and you say, oh my God, we can do that, we can do that, we can do that. Because you start sending vibrations to the universe, and you receive them, and everything changes. This is not philosophy, this is not religion, this is reality. It's vibration. I'm talking about vibrations. What you think is what you become. What you think is what you're going to be surrounded of. Because when you master the way of thinking, saying, I believe this, I don't care what happened in the past, today I believe this, and I decide, it's a decision to believe this, you're going to start feeling differently. And you will act so differently. Let's talk about how to translate the strategy into action and how to, what we call, trickle down that to people that work for you, right? To make your dreams come true, actually. You see, I'm with you right now, but I have, in one of the companies, like 400 people working on platforms, and I'm here enjoying time with you, you know? Because the vision for them is very clear. So you say, how do you do that? Well, I will tell you a story. This is a real story. To understand how you really convey your dream to people to work for that dream. So, in 1961, have you heard about John F. Kennedy? He's a famous guy. I mean, long story, but he was a brilliant, famous guy, so powerful, so influential in the United States and in the world. And this guy, imagine like the figure of authority this guy was. And one day in 1961, March, he decided to go to the NASA. You know what is the NASA? To visit a little bit, because they were planning to, you know, develop some artifacts to go to the moon and explore the moon for the very first time. So he went to the NASA, and he was a very humble man. So he was walking and talking to very important people, the president of the NASA, you know, all the team, and suddenly he said, I will go to the bathroom, I'm coming. So when he went to the bathroom, he found a janitor mopping the floor. A cleaner, right? Mopping the floor. So he was in the bathroom washing his hand, and suddenly he said, oh, hello, how are you doing? I'm fine. And he asked the guy, what are you doing? And the guy was mopping the floor. And he just asked, what are you doing? And the janitor said, I'm helping to put the first man on the moon. And he was the janitor, right? And you say, what was that answer? The guy was mopping the floor. It's the lowest in the hierarchy. But he answers you spontaneously like that. What is that telling you about the leadership of NASA at that point in time? What do you think about when an employee like low there is saying, I'm helping to put the first man on the moon? Can you make a connection there? People across the board, everyone knew exactly the vision and the purpose and the why are we doing what we do. Today, unfortunately, even though that, people want to make us believe that we are more connected than ever, the truth is we are more disconnected than ever. That's the reality. People can say whatever they want. Reality is when you go to meet your friends, or you are with family, or you are with your husbands or friends or whatever, a lot of times we are on the phone. We are on the phone, or people next to you are on the phone. Or you go to a seminar, people are on the phone. Or you go with whatever people on the phone all the time, as opposed to connecting. And if you say, no, the news, Russia, this, that, most of the news are fake, for your information. Just market manipulation, everything, but this disconnects people from real experience. So when we talk about really conveying the vision and the dream from top to down, is when someone spontaneously, without any arrangement, is able to answer something like that, it's insane, because that means the vision has been communicated so much. Who lives in London? Do you know what is that? That is St. Paul Cathedral, one of the most beautiful churches on earth. It's beautiful. If you are in UK, it's so beautiful. I live there, close to there for a long time. Very nice place. And there's a story of this one as well. You have this architect, it was a designer called Christopher Wren, and this guy, he was a famous guy. He was designing the most beautiful architecture in Europe, and particularly this one, St. Paul Cathedral is called, right? I took this picture like that, and what happens? He was walking around again, camouflated, dressed like a worker, and he was asking people, what are you doing? So he asked to the first guy, what are you doing? And the guy is, trying to polish a piece of stone, and the guy is saying, I'm trying to clean the stone, I'm trying to break this stone, it's so hard, and blah, blah, blah. Okay. He continued walking, and he asked to another guy, what are you doing? And the guy says, well, you know what? I had to break this stone because I need to provide for my family, so I need to make 2 shillings. At that point, it's like a couple of pounds per day because I need to provide food for my family. Okay. He continued walking, and he asked to another guy, what are you doing? And the guy says, I'm trying to contribute because with this stone, we're going to build the most beautiful cathedral on earth. Again, it wasn't arranged. And if I ask you, what type of job are the 3 guys doing? Exactly the same. Who is the happiest one? Who do you think? Who is the one that is most motivated? Why? He understands the vision. He understands the purpose. So the guy is so proud of what he's doing because the big picture is known to him. And he's empowered to be part of that vision, regardless the position. And in this case, like in the previous case of the janitor, the guy is just a stone polisher, He's not even a supervisor of nothing. It's just polishing stones. And I say, it's so important to really convey the vision and the dream to people and the full picture. Because you know what? something that we have very often is we try to keep it in secret, keep it for us. We don't share, or we don't know how to share, or we don't know much what we want to do and stuff, which is okay. But the thing is, when you put people to work, people must know exactly where they stand and why they are doing what they are doing. And the why is fundamental in strategy. It's not just your mindset, it's why are you doing what you're doing? And I can answer you something right now. Even if you think so, I challenge you. You don't do that for the money. You say, no, the money is a proxy for something different. The money is a tool for something different. But you are not doing things for money, trust me. Oh, I want money. Yeah, me too, I love money. But that is not the ultimate goal. Never. Even if you think it is not. You are looking for security, you are looking for freedom, you are looking for free time, you are looking for power, you are looking for control, you are looking to change the world. I don't care what, but it's not the money. So the purpose must be very, very clear every time you do something. So when we talk about the vision or the strategy, you must be able to answer the question why you do what you do and what is your purpose. Money follows, but why? The why question is critical. You know? Think about simple example, Apple. You know Apple, right? How many of you have an iPhone? If you raise the hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Do you know why? Any idea why you have an iPhone and not an Android? For the first time, right? Any other explanation on that one? You know what was always the message of Steve Jobs to people about Apple? Huh? The feeling is very important, something about the feeling, the design, but he always said something new, think differently. So in the mind of people, it's one more phone. It's like any other phone, actually. You think, well, there are so many beautiful designs. But the guy in the back of his mind and in the back of people is subconsciously, he always said, you are different, think differently, change the world all the time. So this is why he's doing things. And even you say, well, there are so many products that are exactly the same, but his powerful explanation of the why thing make a tremendous difference. And the purpose, he wants to change the world. Think differently, be different, change the world. So when you think about your business or whatever you do, very important, you need to understand the big picture. You really need to understand the big picture. What is the big picture? First, your vision, your dream, your strategy, the mindset. They were bringing little kids into a room, right, one by one alone, and they were putting, imagine you as a little kid. So there was a table, you are a little kid, you sit down, and I put a marshmallow next to you, there, a marshmallow. So you're a kid, what are you going to do? You're going to touch it or try to eat it or lick it or whatever. But I tell you, wait, and you're like, what? If you don't eat this for 10 minutes, I will give you 2 marshmallows. And I leave the room, and I close the door. And there's cameras. So we are taping, right? So what do you think that most of the kids are going to do? They will touch it. They will eat it. They will try a little bit. They will try to wait, some of them, or they start crying, and they will finish eating it in less than 2-3 minutes. Why? This is critical. Why? They cannot wait. Immediate satisfaction, period. Aren't we like that? Adults want it right here, right now. I'm not waiting. I want it right now. I will get it. If you don't give it to me, I will get it right now, period. Aren't we like that? In anything. Right? However, what happened? There were a few kids out of hundreds that they would wait 10 minutes, crossing, looking at the thing, walking through the room, sitting down, going, crying maybe, but they will not touch the thing. After 10 minutes, second marshmallow. So the investigator will come and say, okay, let's make a deal. 5 more minutes, I give you a third marshmallow, but don't touch it, because if you touch it, that's it, no more for you. Most of those few kids, they would do that, they would eat it. They say, enough, I waited, don't trick me again, boom. However, maybe 2 or 3, they would not, and they would wait. And the last one would be, listen, if you can wait 10 minutes more, I give you a package of marshmallows. Not 2 or 3, a package of marshmallows. Most of the guys, the few ones, would eat it. Maybe 1 or 2, they would not. They follow this experiment every year during 50, 60 years. You know the result? You know what they learn? Do you know Obama? Obama was one of those guys that was in that experiment and was one of the guys who waited for the package. That tells you what? And then there's other examples of famous guys. But that tells you what? When you can understand the control of your impulses, of immediate satisfaction, and you can put off, postergate immediate satisfaction because you are more long-term, and you are thinking the big picture, in this case, the package of marshmallows, but you can think about some millions or some billions or whatever, the same. Because for a kid, those marshmallows are $1 billion, They're hungry, they want it right now, colorful, shiny, mushy, sweet, I want right now. Put a kid mentality, same game. And they discovered that the ones that can really wait and wait, they will be great people in their life then. And this shows you when we talk about short-term and long-term. If you really believe in something and you can really say, okay, I understand, there's no money today, or there's not much money today, but I believe something is happening very, very big then, and people can wait and stay, those people are going to make it happen. So it's unbelievable. If you can really control your impulses, which generally people cannot, that tells you what? The world is yours. You have so much, because it's the tip of an iceberg. You say, it's insignificant. What is that? Means in psychology so much. Means resilience. Means you can handle pain. You can handle uncertainty. You can handle waiting. And to answer your question is, if a leader is very strong and can install this in people, the turnover is going to be reduced significantly, and a lot comes to one. As painful, as ego as it comes, a lot comes to one. Sometimes it goes beyond one, I agree. But if it's a general pattern, it's like you can set a difference. Even if we say, in the world, people generally quit. It's true, because there's a lack of leaders. There's a lack of very strong people setting the tone, because we cannot even do it for ourselves, right? So that's very, very important. Let's talk about a little bit strategic alignment. How to align. You have the vision. You have the mission well communicated. People buy into the vision. How you align resources. And this is very, very important, what we are going to talk right now. It's called strategic alignment. Strategic alignment is a fancy word to say mainly we are looking for a perfect fit. A perfect fit. You say fit between what? And if I ask you, what do you think we are talking about? Fit of what when you run a business? Or in your lives, we are talking about fit of what? What do we need to fit? And you can think about anything, For example, the person to the purpose of the business completely. What else? You can fit anything. Think about everything. Do you feel you fit where you are? Do you feel you fit in the culture where you are? Do you feel you fit in your family? Do you feel that you fit in your business? Do you feel your business fits in today's crazy world? It is aligned with that? Do you feel that your knowledge fits what you are doing? All these kind of things, we are talking about strategic fit. Fit means, are we aligned on the same page with whatever is happening? And I give you an example completely simple for you to understand what I'm talking about. Imagine you have a company, and your company is very slow moving, very hierarchical, very bureaucratic, right? And you are working in an environment that is very dynamic, changing all the time, changing all the time, changing all the time. Do you think that's a good fit? No, because the environment goes so fast, decisions must be taken fast, but your company is designed to walk like a turtle, very slow. It's good or bad? It is what it is, but it's not aligned and fitting the environment. So what should you do? You can do a lot of things. What can you do? You can make flat the structure and make it like very decentralized, fast decision making, so you align it with the environment. You can do that. Imagine that you don't want to change the structure. What can you do? Besides shutting down the company. What can you do? Develop more. What else? Maybe changing the vision. Have you seen how many times companies are going to change the vision? Or they will say, let's do a strategic retreat to think about the future, these kind of things, because something is not really working very well. So, audits, yeah, you have to do audits to see what is working, what is not working, stuff like that. But when we talk about strategic alignment, it's about really making sure that whatever happens inside makes sense to whatever happens outside. And I will be more precise now. When we talk about inside, I'm talking about, for example, is the structure of the company fitting the characteristics of the environment? Are the processes that I have good enough or efficient enough to deal with the vertiginous environment outside, the speed of the environment outside? Are the people fitting with their knowledge and skills what I need to do to satisfy the market, yes or no? Generally, finding a strategic fit is very challenging. It's very challenging. And we are talking about right now about business, but when you think about yourself, if I ask you, how many of you work 10 hours a day? Raise the hand very high. Of course, you are not the only ones. I know. Exactly. I know there's a lot of shy people. They're like, oh my God, right? I know. If I ask you, you see what is happening? 10 hours is nothing. Some of you may work much more. And the question is this. The question is this. You don't need to answer me unless you want to answer to the class. But if I ask you, are you happy working 15 hours a day, being shouted at by shareholders, by clients, dealing with complaints? Where is the complaint guy? Where is the guy that deals with complaints all the time? I don't see him now. But it's like crazy. So when you think about that, is your lifestyle fitting your personal purpose? Is your lifestyle fitting what you want in your life? Just saying. So when we talk about fit, we are talking about all these kind of things. Don't think because you work 20 hours, you're making more money or you are more successful. Trust me, no. You are failing so bad. You are failing so bad. Because aging, and look what I'm going to tell you, aging is a privilege denied to many. People die young, very young. I have so many students, 18, 19, 20, 21, dead, dying. The most beautiful girls, the most amazing guys, smart, sporty, died. Heart attack, insulin issues, diabetes, car accidents, plane crashes. I've been here for 15 years, in Canada 11 years. I've seen a lot of death. People of my age or even younger, in shape, collapsing in the gym, dying in my eyes. And they've been workaholics like I used to be, big time. Did they enjoy it? I don't think so. They were working for the future. They were saying, I need this because I want to retire. Are you going to get there? Are you sure? Aging is a privilege denied to many, meaning to get older, you should be extremely grateful and happy because we can die yesterday. You know? And it's not, again, from a book, it's reality. And even with COVID, I lost a lot of family members in COVID, a lot, you know? And I've seen them dead. I lost a lot of people, 30s, 40s, 50s. Some of them very healthy. And out of the blue, I'm sure I got COVID so many times. I've always been tested negative. But I'm sure I got COVID so many times. I never felt nothing. I'm crazy, I told you, I'm very crazy. I'm not normal. But some people got COVID and they collapse, you know. My COVID, oh, I have a little migraine, I'm okay. After 2 hours, I'm okay. And COVID is gone. But, you know, some people are not. So, this is the thing. You need to really think about the fit in your life, the fit in your work, the fit of your employees. Time, you know, is so important. Because we are talking, I mean, we talk a lot in the break with a lot of people talking about cryptos, metaverse, NFTs, the new mindset, the new strategy, the new way of seeing things. They are to challenge who you are and challenge your lifestyle and challenge how you're living today. Because when we talk about strategic fit, it's exactly that. Don't get out from the seminar today or tomorrow. Say, oh, this was exciting. What a nice conversation. Great. Okay, next one. Let it sink. Think about this when you come back home. Because next year, same story. After next year, same story. And you will keep listening to stupid people like me talking to you about these kind of things. And then you continue living the same. You know? You know what is the definition of stupidity of Einstein? Tell it to me. Say it loud. Who knows that? Say it loud. Stand up and say it loud. Say it again. You know that, right? Continue doing exactly the same, expecting a different result. This is the thing. We all are so stupid very often because we expect things to change, doing exactly the same. Oh, I wish I worked 10 hours maximum, not 15. Are you changing your lifestyle? Are you changing your jobs? Are you changing your purpose? Are you changing the way you run your business? Are you going for something more smart as opposed to manual? What are you doing? No, but I want to reduce. What are you changing? Nothing. So stop it. And we are creators of habit. We don't change easy. We need a slap on the face, very hard, to learn. We need to be rock bottom to learn. We need to be collapsed to learn. We need to be knocked down to say, oh, something is not okay. You know what I mean? Otherwise, oh, it's okay. You know, it's so cool. Everything is okay. But you continue doing exactly the same. So when we talk about strategic fit is think about how you're going to realign your things. And it's not just your work. Because when you realign yourself, you are going to realign your work and your business big time. Right? So, talking about war and battles and fighting. You know this guy? Sun Tzu. He wrote a book that I read 40 times. It's called The Art of War. If you didn't read that, again, I hate to say this, but it's a bestseller for MBA students in Harvard, MIT, Yale. It's a mandatory book. It's a small book. It's like verse or poems. It's very weird, crazy, the book, very strange. It's very boring sometimes. But when you read between the lines, this guy is saying the following. He's saying, strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Why? The vision, you have it very clear, but the implementation is not good. But you know where you are going, right? You are driving. Imagine that you know where you're going, you're driving to that place, but you don't have a road map, or you don't know which is the route, you don't have a GPS. You just drive, and you can spend years or whatever to drive to a destination that is very close to you. You know you need to arrive there, but you don't know how. So at some point, you will win. It's going to be okay, but it's going to be very slow and very painful and very costly. We run businesses like that a lot. Maybe you have the vision, everything is okay, where you want to go, but you don't do it smartly. So you work 15, 20 hours a day. When you can work a few hours a day, enjoy the rest of your life and time, and still get to the same destination much faster, much cheaper. You understand what I'm saying? It's metaphoric, but it's very real. It's not metaphoric at all. It's very straight. You know? As opposed to having, for example, manual contract with all the suppliers and having office people working that, corroborating all the data, putting all the input. Imagine you have a database, contracts automatically sent by a robot, by a network. Your suppliers are trained with that. All is automated, and they get paid when the contract is completely fulfilled, and you are sleeping or playing golf. Imagine, and you do nothing. He's looking at me. You see? You know exactly where you get, you know the business, you know the people, you have the connections, but do it smartly. So that's what this sentence is saying. However, imagine that you have tactics, you have a lot of know-how, you know exactly how to do things, but you have no idea how to get there because you don't have the vision. What's going to happen? You will fail so bad because that one is like, you know, you shoot everywhere, you drive everywhere, but you don't know where you're going. So you will never get nowhere, no destination. So you're going to be spending time, money, resources, and everything, but at the end of the day, I don't know. Why I do what I do, where I'm going, I have no idea. And a lot of people say, oh, I want to be a CEO, oh, I want to run a business, oh, I want to do this, I spend this, let's do this. But what happens? Nothing. Yeah, you make some this, but you're not going to survive because you don't have a clear purpose and vision and why I'm doing and where I'm going. You have no idea. And however the winds blow, you're going to go with the wind. You're going to be collapsing straight, right? So this is strategic alignment. When you have your vision straight, when you have your how and tactics straight, and you have both, you're going to win the battle very fast, right? And I give you some examples now, which are very brutal. Strategic misalignment. How to be so good at being so bad. You understand? How being so good at being so bad. How to be strategically bad. So, let's talk about the first one. You know Peter Drucker? Peter Drucker, he was one of my professors in McGill. He lives in Canada, and he has a house in France. And we used to meet with this guy like once a week, Fridays, in his house, right? And this guy would always say, culture, it's strategy for breakfast. You say, what are you talking about? What do you think he's saying? Culture, it's strategy for breakfast. Imagine you have the best strategy, a very fancy, clear business plan, amazing pitch, amazing presentation. The KPIs are so clear, but you have a very toxic culture. You have values in the organization full of politics, full of, people hating each other, people completely running on their own personal agendas, playing around, stealing, a disaster. And it's your business. Who is fault? Who is responsible for this? Who do you think is responsible for this? myself. Because who sets the culture? The founder / the CEO, or both, or the same in one, two in one. You know, you set the culture. So, if you put a culture that, you know, you have the best people with the best strategy, but you put a culture where this is allowed and you set the values of behavior in certain ways, reflects to you. There's a beautiful paper that is called Neurotic Organizations. You say, what? Neurotic, crazy organizations. And the main idea of the paper, and I give it in one sentence, is the culture of an organization is an extrapolation of the personality of the CEO. If I am a crazy man, I'm going to have a crazy culture. If I'm obsessed with details, I'm going to create a culture obsessed with details. If I'm a control freak, the culture is going to reflect how control freak I am. You know what I mean? So if I love to have fun when I'm working, people are going to have fun and dancing and whatever while they work, but they will work. You know? So it's so important to understand that you set the culture, you set the tone, you set the values that are going to shape the behavior of people in your organization. And if you do that in a way that is not fitting your business, you're going to pay for it. And you are the ultimate responsible as a CEO or as the founder. So the misalignment is, you can have everything amazing, but if the culture that you're setting is not the good one fitting the business, that's it. So it's very important to work on yourself and understanding that this is how I work, this is how I feel, and I'm reflecting this on people. And if I'm in certain ways and people are inspired by example, they will do the same. You like it or you don't. Who has kids? A lot of you have kids at home. You know that kids watch parents all the time. They copy parents' behaviors all the time. They are like sponges. They are like sponges and they replicate father's behaviors and mom's behaviors big time. And they repeat the sentences and words that the parents say often, even when they don't notice. They repeat. That is bad. Mama, I don't know what. They repeat and they do what they see. If they see a lot of aggressive movies, shooting stuff, they want to play with shooting stuff. And they start shooting you as a parent. Die, you have to die, you know? And you find it funny. But think what is happening. Your employees are doing exactly the same. Your employees are like little kids watching a mama or papa, you know, what they do. And they are like kids replicating exactly what you do. So if you teach them that behavior, expect the same, you know? And this is something that is very important because I've seen organizations which are with a tremendous potential, amazing strategy, amazing resources, amazing people, but you have one problem, the CEO or the founder, you know? And this is when we talk about fit. Another one is when we talk about strategy implementation, you know? And that means what? When, for example, there's no fit between the amazing strategy that you have and when you want to implement it. One thing is to have it on paper, in your mind. Another thing is to be able to communicate that, as we said before. John F. Kennedy or Christopher Wren is how you communicate that. So the strategy is there, but the implementation is very important. If you cannot execute your strategy is useless. The weakest link is your execution. Some people have amazing ideas, amazing strategies, but then what happens? They have no clue how to implement that, or they just fail on that one. But again, the idea was amazing, right? And the last one is, this one is fantastic. When we talk about primary activities and secondary activities, and I give you an example. If I ask you, which are the most important activities in your companies, if you think about your companies, or I refresh that and I say, think about banking, think about banks. What is the most important activity in a bank? What do you think? The most important activity a bank can do. And think very carefully. Huh? What do you say? 100%. It's the service, customer service, relationship management. And why he didn't say money? Because banking is about money, you know, money management. Why he's talking about customer experience and relationship management and service? Yeah, but how do you get the money from people? Period. Don't think money, never think about money. Money comes and goes. But how do you attract money? It's not thinking about money. You need to work on people. It's a people business. Whatever you do is a people business. Whatever you do is how you make me feel. Period. After things happen, you know, building relationships is so important. So how you make me feel is so important, regardless in any industry. So when we talk about, for example, banking, the most important activity is customer service, relationship management with your customers. So imagine this now, talking about this example. When we say about, it's very important to understand the core activities or primary activities in a business and the secondary activities. So you understand that the primary activity in a bank, for example, we say is customer relationship, customer experience, relationships, right? Imagine that I give much more importance to how the office is going to look, to the furniture, very fancy, putting mahogany wood, very expensive wood, amazing thick tables and, you know, chairs. But I treat people like I don't care about, you know, the infrastructure is amazing. And you enter and you say, oh my God. But then you are ignored as a customer. I make you wait. I don't offer you coffee. You don't drink a glass of water here. I forget your name every time. I don't know who you are. Oh, who are you? But I came last week. Oh, remind me. You say, what the hell, you know? And you don't come anymore. So this is very important because very often in a lot of businesses, they say, and look at this, we need to support the support activities. So what is the core business? Teaching. What is the core business? Research. You know, you are support. But the boss would say to the core, you need to support the support to support you. So he's making core the support activities. What happened? You know what happened in that year? I resigned. When this was like escalating, the business went down like crazy. We lost like 50-60% of students. And of course, I left at the top. Remember when things are good, you leave? I left at the top. When I left, because I'm not handling this. Everything is too good, things are going to be bad. And that happened exactly. And then COVID hit. So, you know, it was very nasty. So when you run a business, very important, identify which are the core activities, which are the activities that bring you more value. Because you want to put your efforts and resources and recognition on those people. Don't make a mistake. Because the core is not replaceable. Support is a different game. You can even outsource it. But the core is your business. You mistreat the core, you lose your heart. You lose your business. Straightforward, it's signed. You're going to lose your business. So when people say we need recognitions, recognize those core people. You need to, because you will lose them. And this is when we talk one of the things of misalignment or misfit. Don't mistake primary or core activities with secondary activities. It's not arbitrary, it's so important. Because you really need to understand what brings you business, not money, business, people. So in whatever you do, you focus very much on that, because the rest is going to come. So coming back to another quote to understand this. Vision, if you have a vision, very clear dream, right? Without any action and you don't action, it's just a fantasy. It's like a dream. You have an amazing vision, you want a better world, or you imagine something, but you don't action on that, it's just in your mind. Never will take place. However, an action, if you do a lot of things, but without a vision, it's a nightmare. Imagine giving to a chimpanzee, you know what is a chimpanzee? A gun. It's going to be shooting everywhere. Boom, 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 boom. Someone is going to get hit, you know? And it's exactly that. When you say, we have to do, let's do. You do stuff, but say, for what? What are you doing? Based on what? What is the logic? It's within what? Tell me the big picture. Why would you do when you don't know the big picture? You know what I mean? It's like a puzzle, a big puzzle. Imagine a puzzle of 1,000 pieces, right? Can you make a puzzle if you don't know the big picture? It's barely impossible. And if you do, you're going to spend years doing that. Because you don't know, you need to see the big picture. The picture, okay, I have to do the puzzle, it's a mess, but I know that at the end, I'm going to see this picture. You cannot do a puzzle if you don't know the picture, because you need to understand that here is more darker, here is more clear, here is a sun, here is water, I don't know. But I can understand and move the pieces and do things within the big picture. Otherwise, it's a mess. So, at the end of the day, when we talk about strategic alignment, is making the chaos of things aligned and smooth going. You say, what do you mean? Making sure that what we do is fitting. What we do inside is fitting the outside. What we do as leaders, as CEOs, we need to organize the inside. We need to fit our business. So you need to find fit in whatever you do, inside and outside. Otherwise, you're going to pay for it. Right? So this is a simple image, but it's very, very important. It's like connecting the dots and putting the pieces together to make them run smooth without major conflicts. This is something that is very interesting as well, completely related to fitting, which is what? You have two things. You have purpose and capabilities. Purpose is you understand the vision, you have a clear picture, you know, when we talk about that, the mindset. And capabilities is you have the skills, you have the knowledge, you have the know-how, right? Imagine this. Do we have, yeah, this one. You see that one? If you have an alignment of the purpose, the vision is very clear, and you have an alignment of the capabilities, of course, what's going to happen? You have a big chance of winning, because your purpose, you see, here I say, your purpose there and your capabilities, if they are aligned, well, very likely you will win. And completely the opposite now. Completely the opposite. If your purpose and your skills and capabilities in the company are not aligned, you're going to die. The business is not going to move. But there's two very interesting combinations now. Very interesting. Imagine the purpose is very clear, but you don't have the right people, the right capabilities. What's going to happen? You want to do it, but you have the nice intention, but you are not capable. You want, but you can't. Right? And I have seen a lot of people like that. Oh, we want this, we want that, we want this vision. That's amazing, but I don't have the technology, or I don't have the right people, or I don't have the strength. I cannot do that. But imagine this. You don't have the purpose, but you have amazing people. So what's going to happen? You're going to go so boldly doing things, but going nowhere, because you don't know where you're going. You're just shooting again around. So this is just to show you in a very simple fashion how important is aligning your purpose with your resources. They need to be completely aligned. Do you want to ask me something? Ask me, ask me. So this is purpose. This is capabilities. So we say when purpose and capabilities are aligned, it's very likely you're going to do very well. When they are not aligned, you're going to collapse because you don't know where you go and you don't have the skills as well. And then imagine that you know exactly where you go. Here, you have the best intention. You have a very clear vision, but you have no people, not the right people. So you want, but you cannot. And that is so frustrating, you know? When you want to do something, but you cannot, oh my God. And here is, you can do, but you have no idea what you are doing or why you are doing or the big picture. So actually, you go very boldly, you take bold decisions, but where? You know, what are you doing? Like that. We continue.
Okay, do you want to take a...
I see people tired.
Okay.
We need maybe 5-10 minutes break.
What we do it this way, if you don't mind, you stay there. And because you pointed to some things here that I want us to get probably practical at home. He said something about, no, you're not going there, you're not going.
I'm going to sit here.
You're not going. You can sit there, but stand anyway because you're still talking. You know, Martin said something that I want us to start looking at. He said, whatever cultural problem you have, or whatever culture you have is the CEO. That means if the people in your office are not punctual, it's the CEO. So I think about now, we need to start looking at some things in our offices and then let us take him on so that we can probably provide some solutions for us. Now, if you guys need to sit down and look at what are the things that are cultural problems. Based on the teaching right now, they came from you. We're not assuming that we're adopting that. They came from you. See, so you need to work on that, and then let us drive that conversation. And then the core and the support. You know, you mentioned that. Yeah, sure. So, real estate. Which one is our core? Construction or sales? No, that should be a debate. That should be a debate because we need to help ourselves out. I know, okay, which one is called, especially when you have BRG and you have Tributat and which one is called there. So you need to know and everything. And he said something also. I want that conversation to go on right now because we have it right now. We cannot lose it. So the third conversation that I think we should start having is also, he said something about the outside and the inside fit. Are we paying attention? The outside and the inside fit. You remember? Yes. You remember? So that means whatever you're seeing outside, my own interpretation must be driven from inside. So when you're seeing something outside about your organization, about your brand, that is not coming from the inside, it's a misfit. And then most of us, we copy strategy because you allow the outside to dictate the inside.
Yeah.
Instead of me now taking the inside from the inside. Now, you see something I'm doing, you like it, but don't drive it yet. You have to bring whatever you like, bring it inside and own it. And then drive it from the inside and then it goes out there. So let us start that conversation. Because Martin's got a lot in there. I don't know about you, he's got a lot in there. And the slides are, the slides complete the slide. I don't even know why it doesn't complete the slide. But you have it, you know that. You have the slide. But let's drive this conversation. Especially the cultural thing. Because that means going forward right now, any cultural thing that you point to me that you're having, I'll be pointing at you. Now you've been the problem. You are the problem right now. So how do we fix that? How do we fix that? Punctuality, mistrust, disloyalty, and all those things. You may say you're not. If you say you're not, that means you're not teaching your people, you're not driving those things. So please, let's bring out all this eggshell, all those things, and then have this conversation. Especially like this inside driving, inside and outside, what's it called? Fit, alignment. Very important.
And then any other thing that you raise, please let us have this conversation. We don't need to go on another break. Let us have a conversation, please. Thank you.
So now, when you get to the sophisticated leadership position, I don't think you need to be in the office every day, every time. So now, how does this apply to the organization, to the culture of punctuality? That's one. When you get to the sophisticated leadership, you do a lot of meetings that most of the junior or medium level staff are not even aware about. And you are not present and they're like, oh, CEO is not around today again. We are working for this guy. He's just spending our money. So where do you strike the balance? Or do you just answer off as a CEO and get someone who is going to monitor things when you are not around? So I need us to strike that balance and move forward.
And I'm going to give you a beautiful example. I came here in 2006, right? I started teaching in American University of Sharjah, and I was told before I started teaching by management, you must take attendance, you must control, these guys don't behave very well, blah, 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 a lot of things. I was told a lot of things. And I understand, and I listen. So the first day of classes, I go, I take attendance as they told me. First day, I just follow instructions at the beginning. I take attendance, I see that maybe 2 or 3 guys are missing, or 4 guys out of 20, okay. I teach. The next day, next class, again, teach, take attendance, and I see that 3 or 4 guys are missing. Okay, different guys. Okay. The third time, I show to class, and I ask the guys, you know what? I made a decision at the end of the class. I will not take attendance anymore. I'm tired of this. You're adults. These guys are 20s. You're adults. I will not take attendance. I don't need to take attendance. I'm not here to control you. I will be teaching, and I refuse to take attendance till the end of the class. So you come or you don't, I don't care. You are free to do whatever you want. I will be teaching here. That's it. It's your responsibility to catch up with whatever happens, and don't tell me to repeat, to explain. I don't explain. I explain in class. Everything you want, I'm there. You squeeze me. Right? That's it. You know what happened? The next class, till the end. Imagine the outcome. Full attendance. No one ever missed a class. I was taking attendance, people were missing class. My teaching style didn't change. Always what you see, what you get. I'm crazy, very intense. Nothing changed, but the class was full. Why? Because I stopped controlling you, and I gave you power. I tell you, you make your call, you make your decision. I trust you, and I give you all the power to manage your time as you want. Full attendance. For years, I didn't take attendance. Till one time, I got smashed by top management saying, hey, you didn't take attendance since years, And I didn't take after. It's okay. Because I proved that, people do their job. And you say, how come? Coming back to what we said before, you are fully responsible for setting a tone and a culture and values in people. You are fully responsible for inspiring people by example. If I, for example, I have class and I come late 10 minutes, I'm explaining you without explaining you that it's okay to be late at work. If I come, I'm unprepared, and I'm like, I don't know what to say. Oh, my God, I need to read. Oh, my God. You say, this guy is an amateur. He doesn't care for us. Without telling you, I'm telling you with my actions, who are you? I don't care. I don't like my job. I don't like to be here. I don't care for you. I want to give you nothing. Did I say that? No, but I said that with my actions. And also when I say I will not take attendance anymore, what I'm saying exactly between the lines, what I'm telling you, I trust you. And I trust that you will do your best to be in class. And I trust that you are adults. If something happens, I know you will catch up. I know you will. That's why I will not control you ever again. You do what you need to do. These guys are 19, 20 years old, 21. Very young people, you know? Result, full attendance. And you know what would happen? People from other courses would sit in the class without credit, without exams, just to be in the class. I was not taking attendance. And it happened a lot. And people would leave classes to come to the class and be there. Because this guy is not taking attendance. But it's not, I'm not taking attendance. I'm telling you, I respect you. I trust you. I believe in you. I know what you're doing. You're great. I don't need to micromanage you. That's why you're here today in my class. And I was not easy with grades. I was very tough, very tough. A lot of people, you know, limit. And people, full class. So everything is about you. So you work on yourself. And if this happens, don't feel bad. You have to say, oh my God, I'm so lucky. You say, why? Because you have an amazing opportunity for self-development. You have to say, this is a window of opportunity to change this and to change this. Because when you change your mind and you change your heart, people feel it. And you know what? The dynamics change. Not because, oh, now they're nice. No, you changed. Be the change you want to see, Mahatma Gandhi. You change, people change. You don't, people don't. It's very simple. Very simple. So you are the ultimate responsible for whatever happens in your place at home. At home means work as well. You set the tone. And your behaviors are your full narrative to people.
Good. I was the one that came up with this operational strategy and sophistication. You don't have the right, you're not qualified to do strategy when you have not done operation well. Because every time you've not settled the operational stuff, you will not be able to think. And then you don't have the right to do sophistication very well until you have gotten your strategy right. Now you're trying to do sophistication, trying to build relationship and everything. But if you have not done the operation right, people don't even believe that you are home or you are going to meet somebody somewhere and having that contact and that relationship. As far as the organization is concerned, our CEO is just popping around. So there has to be a situation where that is gotten right. When that is gotten right, then it qualifies you to move to the next thing of thinking and everything. I will resume at work probably until 10 or 11. But all my staff, they know that that man up there in his apartment he's thinking. Once he gets down from there, boom, there's a lot of work to be done. Not all the time, but most of the time. But I have a chief operating officer that is punctual. So they know that the job of the CEO is not to run the office. The job of the CEO is clear. It's a culture, it's clear. This is what we're supposed to be doing. That's what's supposed to be, like they know I'm not supposed to do the job. I'm supposed to create the job to be done. I'm supposed to bring in the job. So it's something that is already a culture accepted with everybody. Until they accept that, until they are aware of that, then you can't be saying you want to do sophistication. You'll just be thinking, if it doesn't come, I don't come. If it doesn't show up, I don't show up.
Yes.
Because you're the driver, just like you said. So what you need to do for before you start doing the sophistication of meeting people and building networks and everything is to make sure that you will start coming regularly. And when you're coming regularly and punctually, you start begin to educate them. This is my job description. This is my job description. This is my job description. You have to sing it and sing it and sing it over and over and over and over and over again until they ask you one day, not just one day, 2 or 3, 4, 5 days, okay, you're not supposed to be in the office now. you're not supposed to be job. You're supposed to be doing this. You're supposed to be doing that. Then you know it's getting clear. So once they don't see you, they know that okay, he's doing his work. While the head of operation is there trying to do his or her own work. Then you move into strategy, and then you can now move into the sophisticated side of building relationships. Because like we said, there's some things that you will eventually do that will happen to your organization that it's the relationship and the network that will deliver you. Your strategy may not even work again. Then when the regulators come for you, and I always tell people this, no matter who you are, sometimes when you go under the MRI, the machine must see something that is defective, so you don't just want the regulator to take you through their own MRI machine. So you want to make sure that you have everything brought. But you cannot do that once you have done this well. And like I said, you know what? It's all about respect. Respect, education, teaching your people and respecting them. Are we good, sir?
Very much.
My question is two questions I have. Number one is about the punctuality that we talked about now. My job is actually the CEO of a company, and part of my responsibility is to build, manage, and lead a team. And as I speak with you now, even my CEO actually is not based in our country where we run our business. So practically all the responsibilities of running the business lies on me. And when it comes to punctuality, it's innate. It's an innate ability that I have. So I started the company when I joined, and then I always resume work early to encourage them to also come early. Now, I have a member of my team who is the head of a department that is a perpetual latecomer. And with the approval of my CEO this year, I started deducting from the salaries every month for those who come late. For head of department, I deduct 1,000 naira. For staffs, 500 naira. More like something to get you to always come to work. This guy still comes late.
Of course.
I was going to
You know what? It's very simple.
Sorry, sir. I was going to leave the country on Friday. I told HR to call for head of department meeting so I can officially tell them not going to be around. 8:30 a.m. meeting. This guy still came in 8:50 a.m. So in that case, what do you do? Because my CEO told me she has a culture of not laying off staffs. If not, I would have summarily dismissed this person. But my CEO says, my culture is I don't sack people. What do we do? The second one is about the strategic alignment.
Can you
want to take that one first?
Your boss says that you suck at people.
No, she doesn't sack people. It's her culture. It's a way. She doesn't lay off staff.
I understand.
So she doesn't lay off staff.
Okay. And she's HR.
Yeah.
She's HR.
No, so that's my CEO's stand.
Okay,
on
I understand.
the situation.
Yeah.
So the second question is about strategic alignment. In Nigeria, especially in Lagos State, where we operate, my company operates as a real estate developer, there are a lot of moving parts when it comes to regulation of real estate in Lagos State. An example is just the process of getting approval for your building. You would get everything right, and you still won't get the approval. As I stand with you now, the governor told a commissioner to give us. Okay,
I understand.
Okay, you just try, right?
No, I understand.
So now we as a developer, we have clients that we sell our products to, our estates to. We sell the vision, the dream, whatever it's going to be like to them. They key into it, right? You promise them you're going to deliver their apartment in 2-3 years. But along the way, you have issues with regulation.
Approvals.
You have to delay, and these clients, they keep coming. So how do you, because it comes back to you as a company, they say you're not keeping to your word. You're not meeting up with your own terms of your contract of sale. A lot of things come back to you as a company. So how do you align these situations with the corporate culture, the branding, the everything, as you're teaching us here right now? So how do we handle these kind of things?
Before I share my thoughts, anyone else is experiencing the same?
The second problem he just said, if you're in real estate development in Nigeria, I think it's part of all our it's part of all our problems. Getting approval and getting approval. you do the right thing and you don't do the right thing, you will still get approval. So you just have to pass. There's a certain way you get approval. So.
I understand. I understand. Yes, I think he.
His comments about this complaint about clients. One thing that and we do very well is the most times, as much as you want to do everything as perfect as you could, we are human. We are no machine. At times, things go wrong. And from experience, I've noticed when you try your best, sincerely, and for whatever reason, you couldn't meet customers' expectation, own up, own it, apologize. I'm sorry, it's my error, especially when you're in the CEO. When they complain about your staff, blah, 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 just tell them, I'm sorry, I take responsibility for this. And immediately you say that, a lot of time, they just say, okay, how do we go? So because we also need to appreciate the fact that as much as you want to meet customers' expectation, things go wrong. Because whatever will go wrong will definitely go wrong. There's nothing you can do about it. And that's just the reality. So that's one. About culture, I mean, that was one of my staff that I had to let go during COVID because she wasn't doing very well on the job. Interestingly, a friend of mine engaged her. And somehow, that friend of mine invested in our company. And I think the guy mentioned to her that I'm even investing with adults. And the lady, I was not expecting her to even say any good thing about us. But she said, if you invest in this company, as long as Mr. Tayo is there, be rest assured your money is safe. And I'm like, wow. So what I'm saying in essence is, if you are well-behaved, if you are upright, whether someone likes you or not, they will still get your back.
I think you want to say something.
What I want to say is that the situation where you have to own up to a client is when it's actually your fault. In this case, it's the authority, the government, that's not giving you what you need to deliver on your promise. No. 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 Why I'm saying this not... Yes, just a second.
You said something about one of your staff being a perpetual latecomer. I have experienced that a lot of time. Removing from their salary will never work. It's never worked. To me, it's a bad strategy. So what I did was, so if you come by 10 o'clock, normally it's 9 to 5, right? If you come by 10 o'clock, your own resumption time is 10 o'clock. Then you close by 6 o'clock. You don't owe me 1 hour, I don't owe you 1 hour. And there's KPI, to it. So you deliver on your job, even if it takes you till 7 o'clock. Look, when they come in, they clock out, right? I also want to know the time that you get out of the office. If you then get out of the office 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, two things. Is that you're very hardworking, that you love the company so much, or you're a bad, you're not effective. Do you understand that you don't know how to manage time? So if we really need, most of the time, creative people are very scarce to come by. Graphics, all of these people, they're very scarce, the ones that are good. And guess what? They are very proud. It's good to be proud sometimes, but they are nastily proud. So you then see this one comes like 10:30. So I talk to you first. I make you understand the vision. This is what but you're still late coming. I don't remove from your salary, but I'll stay in the office with you till you finish what you're supposed to do that day, and then you do not owe me any hour. So when you get to Lagos traffic by 7 o'clock, you get to your house by 11. The second day, you know that you're supposed to adjust. It's always worked most of the time. They then adjust little by little. And then, the second, to be honest, government, I think, when in development, usually what we always put to play from the start of the project is usually the BOQ, the contractors and all of those. That's what we pay attention on. But look, this is how I try to approach projects now. So, for example, while we are still conceptualizing the project, I have gone to meet the district officer of that, that, look, I'm going to build 7-story. I know your people is going to come and disturb, but no problem, take these dollars. See? And then, I've, the commissioner, the PA, all of those boys are already. So first of all, before I even get the approval, we're already on site. Guess what? They lock all of, what did you say? That's what? That's, yeah, corporate PR. I'm just saying, because we do the same business, so I understand what you're going through, And look, a whole lot of other things, a whole lot of other things actually can even delay, a whole lot of other things can delay your development, not just the LabScout people. One time someone reported us at the tax office, when they came, a lot of different things, to be very honest. But whether the government disturb you or the staff or anybody, it's your fault. And guess what? When the client talks to the high management, most of the time this is what we do. We make our customer service people talk to this client that you have wronged because you are not keeping up with your own contract. So usually some of the things that I do, which you learn from, is speak to them directly. As soon as they hear your voice, you're the CEO or the CEO, they calm down. You make them part of the project. Like, look, you have already invested in this. Your money is this. We are using your money. You're part of the project. If it fails, we'll fail together. We will not fail. I can assure you that. But this is the delay. To get that update. They calm a bit down. I mean, you are the CEO. You want to maintain relationship with top. You want to raise money from the banks. You want to do all of this. It's difficult, but you need to do it. When you do that, you realize that, you still have problems because it's normal. You have to have problems. But the problem would, reduce a little bit. That's what I want.
See, there are two sets of people that will come late to the office perpetually. Number one, they are the lazy ones. And number two, the creative ones. We profile a lot of solutions that I think will work, but there's a mode of work that I think we should start adopting, which is hybrid. See, the creative ones, if you want what Nola said, I don't think it will work because I've worked with someone like that before and I sat down with him and said, you will close by, I'll take your extra 1 hour or 2 hours that you have taken from me. And we sat down there, he's going through his system, nothing was happening because he had shut down. Yeah, so exactly. So now if you want to tie it to the KPI, I don't care whether you come by 2 p.m., but what matters is what you're supposed to deliver, you deliver. So what I've started doing now is to create a hybrid condition whereby I say, okay, 3 days in a week you come to the office, 2 days you work from home, and I'm getting value for it. So I think even in our real estate sector, we can still bring that in. If the person does not necessarily have to be in the office physically to deliver. But we have these, I don't know what we call it, this Oga way of, I want to be seeing my people. I don't want to see you, I want you to work. So I think that can also help if you can design such format.
Working from home, 3 days hybrid. Look, some of them will say, I'm staying in Bega, there's no light, there's no internet. They're unable to reach them. So their effectiveness dropped. You will realize that their effectiveness dropped almost totally. So look, first of all, some ideas are very So some of the time, some ideas are pretty spontaneous. So in fact, some of the time when I need to communicate to the line managers, to communicate to their people, I do not do it. I just call everybody because I need to then pass that message directly to them. Because I don't want it to go from layers to layers. That is not true. So people need to be in the office. I want to see you. I want to quickly say it to you because I want you to swing to action. So maybe in America, all of those places where internet, light, roads, you're talking to someone in Zoom, he's saying he's in traffic, and because he's working from home. I do not want to hear that. It slows down my time. Remember, what we are trying to form out is a picture that needs different dots to be connected from, the media department, the operation, the construction. So you connect all of those dots beautifully to form a beautiful picture. So if this one slows down when we are supposed to launch a project, the graphics design, but the construction people, it slows down my process. And that's why it would be fine in countries like Nigeria. But, let's be on ground. Let's talk to you. Let me pass the message across quickly so that you can do
Okay, good.
That's what I think.
I think if you want, you can give them 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, but you should know what works for you. Now, Victor, okay, that table, please. Everything that we said here, just take it, write it down, and then go back home. Everything we said here is outside. He said outside. There has to be that inside that drives the outside.
Yes.
Strategy. Everything that anybody is going to say is outside. So you need to take it and take it inside and see whether this thing works. Because until it works inside and you try to implement what comes from outside, it's going to be a misalignment, just like he said. So you need to work with it and know that, okay, this thing works for me and works in my industry, and then you now take it and start seeing it outside. I think that's just the thing here. And then I'll allow you to have the floor and everything. In Nigeria, we're peculiar. We have a system. We have a system, you must know how to move around. That is actually sophistication.
Yes.
That's actually, because you have to know, how do I, not necessarily beat the system, but how do I make the good use of the system?
Yes. Yes.
So, just trying to portray that corporate PR and everything stuff. Don't worry, we'll talk. But, look, in Nigeria, they will teach you that sometimes you have to have a broker. Like there's a Yoruba proverb, Martin, I'm from Yoruba, the western part. You come to Nigeria, where is it? There's a proverb in my Yoruba island that says that you send the son of fire to fire. So you must have those son of fire available whenever you need them.
Yeah.
So that they help you with the, I mean, it's just that, but the floor is yours, sir. Go for it, go ahead.
Something very interesting that, I mean, it was repeated across the board. Coming to your first question is, as a psychologist, I tell you something. When you punish to change behavior, will never work. That is called extrinsic motivation. Okay? In psychology, there's a model that how to shape behavior, and what you do is, when you punish someone for not doing something, it's called extrinsic motivation. Extrinsic means what? From outside in. So it's not from inside out, meaning what? If it's something from outside, I don't own it. So you can punish me all you want. I will come late because I feel like. And I still inside like that. So you can take all the hours you want of my salary. I don't care. And you can put me fines. I don't care. Because I don't feel it. I don't, you know, I am like I am. You will not. No, but this is the narrative in my mind. I'm talking like that employee. You will not change me. You know? Do you know popcorn, guys? Popcorn? Do you like popcorn? And you say, why this guy is talking about popcorn? Because I'm crazy, but something else. The popcorn, when you see how popcorn pops up, why do you think it pops up? You have the grain, right? The yellow grain, very tight, very hard, and you put it in the microwave, or you heat it with intense heat. Why do you think it pops? Pressure. Yeah, but it's not pressure. Inside, and this is chemistry, inside of the grain, there's a void and there's water. A little bit of water, liquid. So when you put this fire, do you think the fire for the popcorn to blow is something that transforms the outside of the popcorn, or something that hits so much the heart of the popcorn so it transforms? So the popcorn blows because the liquid within the grain is so into transformation, and the heat, understand the heat not like pressure, understand the heat like it's changing the state. The water inside becomes steamy, so it's changing the state. So because of that, you know, human beings are the same. Not because you get a knife and you start like, okay, I'm going to make the popcorn. This is like, I'm going to cut the salary. I'm going to shape the popcorn and try to cut it, and let's see if it's going to become white. It will not. It will be yellow, and you will destroy it. That's what we do when we go from outside in to change someone. The popcorn metaphor is so powerful because what you are doing is, if you work from inside out, in martial arts it's the same. To kill someone, I'm going to go from inside out. You say, what do you mean? I'm going to get inside of you. I'm going to get inside of you. I'm going to try to, everything you do, I will try to open up to get inside of you and punish you so bad from inside out. Always you want to be inside in the battle. In the battle of minds, you want to be in the heart of people. I can push you all you want and choke you, but I want to get into your heart. You say, how? What I was telling him before. You talk by example. You have two choices as a leader, not as a manager, as a leader. Either you go for the punishment narrative, I'm your boss and you obey me or you will see, and this, or you say, let's have a coffee. What's going on? I need you. This is talk. What's going on? How can I help you? How can I help you? I say, what? And the guy is going to say, what? You know, it's a narrative. Some people at some point are not coachable, but most people are. Some people are not coachable, you cut them off. I agree. You cut them off. This is cancer. I don't need this. So at some point, you cut the cancer off. At some point, but before, so many alternatives. And it's your responsibility to make the popcorn pop from inside out. And you say, what? You change people's heart. How? You have a narrative. You can talk to people. You can ask them, how can I help you? What can I do for you? Because if I can manage to change that, I will never need to tell you be on time. I will never need to be losing my mind and getting angry and cutting salaries because you have poison, you lose your time, you lose your energy. The guy is upset, it's a lose-lose situation. I want a win-win. I want to enlarge the cake. I don't want to cut it into pieces. If the cake is like this, I want it like that, and I want more stages, you know? How? You work from inside out all the time. It's general, but it's very specific. Meaning, I'm going to punish you, or I'm going to sit down at your level and say, what's going on? How can I help you? There's something I can do to enable you. I want to give you the power. I don't want to impose power on you. I want to give you the power so you make a decision. Remember the example of not taking attendance. And I told them, I will not take ever again attendance. And I told them in the face. And some people were shocked. What the hell? Next class, full attendance. And people from other classes coming to the class where we don't take attendance. And it's not we don't take attendance. It's the class where I respect you. I trust you. I don't need to control you. I swear to God, I could leave the class in an exam. They will not cheat. They will not cheat. They respect, you know? Because I will tell them, we will work it out. You do your best. We will work it out. I don't say I will pass you. I say, we will work it out. I will enable you. I will support you. But you do what you need to do. I will do my job. You do yours. So coming to attendance, you need to set the tone. But as a leader, not as a manager punishes. A manager says, we have to do the KPI, period. A leader is going to inspire you like a popcorn from inside out. It's going to explode from inside out. Big difference. You say, you are talking, you don't understand Nigeria. I understand Italian.
Yeah, we're similar.
I understand French people. You know, I work in France Telecom. I know people are like, you know, I understand Arabs. You say, my God, Arabs, you know. Don't tell me, no, in Nigeria at the time. Do you think Italian at the time is not like flexible unless sit to eat pasta and have coffee and do nothing? Yeah. But when you get into people's mind and hearts, more hearts than mind, that's it. You own them. They will do whatever you ask them to do because they want to help you and not the other way around. But you need to get there. Leadership is an art. Getting into people's heart is an art. And the only way you can do that is one thing. Fix yourself first. And be that change you want to see in other people. Because if you don't fix yourself, and you don't have that speech with yourself in a mirror, how can I help you? You're talking to yourself. Once you have that, you can say, how can I help you? Big difference.
In this process, we need to have our tummy right now, and then get to lunch. Will you join us?
Yeah.
Join us, please. And I think
And to go to the second question very fast, I understand. I've never been in Nigeria, but I understand what you're talking about. Do you think Italian artists are different? Do you think here is different? Do you think Argentinians are different? Do you think Latin Americans are different? The worst things can happen even in Latin America. Nigerians are very nice people compared to Latin America and Mexico, even Argentinians. So you say, what are you talking about? If you involve, we didn't talk about design thinking, but when you involve the customer at the core, come back to the popcorn, when you involve your customer at the core of the process from the very beginning and you walk hands holding hands, literally, through the process, he will feel the pain like, this guy is not giving us that unless we do that. If we don't do this, the approval is not coming. But he's with you. He knows. So he will never blame your company or you. He will know. Because you put the customer at the core of your operations. That's your solution. It's a mind game. I cannot change that. I understand. No problem. But bring people with you. Walk them with you so they feel what you feel. And the pain is shared. What can we do together, customer, contractor, to fix that? But it's not customer against me because I'm against. No, we are together in this battle. What are you talking about? Change your mindset. Coming back to this morning, change your strategy. Don't say, no, because these guys are crazy, they complain, and it's not my fault. Stop defending yourself. Don't be defensive. Get the guy, from the very beginning, everything goes smooth till we get to this approval. Oh, crap. Okay, let's try to get the approval. Let's go. No, he's not getting approval. Okay, what do we do? No, you tell me. No, what do we do? Look, he's there, he's witnessing. It's a different game. So you cannot change that eventually. But what you can change is with whom you're working. Because he or she is feeling what you are doing. From day one. When everything goes smooth, everything is fantastic. When things get hard, it's your fault. But now it's going to be, no, it's their fault. You see, we're trying. What do we do? What do you think? Make him, her, part of the solution to help you. As opposed to defending yourself.
Awesome.
Change position.
You know, sometimes when we was talking about the staff, trying to get into their mind, you're wondering, why am I wasting time? I just fired the person. It's because our labor law in Nigeria is not strong. If our labor law is strong, you can't just fire. You have to make sure that you carry them along and everything. That's what it's teaching. And if you want to really go global, you have to start thinking that way. And you don't even need to get global before you start going global. Bring the global principles into your organization, and then you see.
Yes.
Good. So, Demola.
Thank you.
I remember my very first wedding anniversary. Then we're still trusting God, you know. I remember that myself and Nee were in Delta State for a job, and because I wanted the wedding anniversary to be very special, I asked that, my wife used to work in the bank then, so I asked that a friend of mine finds a way to get her out of, you know, the house and take her to a very exotic restaurant. Now, when we finally arrived at the restaurant, because they had been waiting for so long, two of my friends had been waiting for so long, so I asked them to join us for the dinner. It was supposed to be a dinner for two in one of the most amazing restaurants in Lagos. Now, I had cash. I felt I was good. I noticed that while we were eating, some people had guests, but those guests were standing, and I didn't know why. So I didn't realize that once you sit down, you've been debited already. You don't have to eat, just sit. So I was telling people, sit down, sit down. They said, no, they are okay standing. I said, sit down. People said, they are okay standing. So I asked my own friends to sit down. I didn't know how to set up myself. Now, when we were eating, they were playing some of the most amazing songs. And I'm an old school soul, you know. They were playing songs from Marvin Gaye, Kool and the Gang. You know, and I was telling my babe that, man, that's my jam. For listening to the music you are paying, you know, I didn't know. So when they finally were done, They brought the bill. They brought the bill in one leather pouch, very, elitist leather pouch. So I opened the pouch. When I saw the bill, my face changed. I didn't say anything, but my wife saw it. I said, "Shekosia, oh, wow." Because I remember that this was about 8 years ago. Because I remember that just the week before, I bought a bottle of Chamdor for somebody. You know Chamdor now? The non-alcoholic wine. And I knew how much I bought it. And when I opened that brown leather pouch, the bill of the Chamdor was about 25 times what I bought. So I knew that, So the cash in me was not enough. I had about 60K, but it wasn't enough. So I stood up and asked that we should go to their POS or their ATM, whatever. When I inserted my card and they debited my account, between man and God, virtue left me. I'm serious. Virtue left me. Because I just noticed that after that time, the songs were not, I wasn't feeling it anymore. I was just saying, sometimes I was enjoying until virtue left me. So, and I said that to say this. Some people had, very high expectations when they were picking out the meal. You just see one. So the last time I was in Dubai, I saw lamb. I did not eat. I saw chicken. I did not eat. One of the cooks said, you should try sushi. Sushi and mushroom, really nice. Sushi, mushroom, really nice. So me too. Really nice. Mushroom and sushi, I tried it. And when I tasted it, it occurred to me that this fish was tasting funny. So I now asked him, why is it tasting like? He said, it's raw fish. Raw? Raw fish? What did I get here? Then my body did not form that experience of sushi and mushroom. Everything about Dubai just started irritating me because virtue again left me. So I'll be inviting Nee. I'm inviting Nee.
Okay. Thank you, Demola. Don't worry. Well, I'd love Professor Martin to come back, but they're trying to give us a new budget. You know what that means. And we too can speak English. But anyways, he did a wonderful job. I'm sure it's somewhere outside. If it's there, somebody just let me get him so that we can appreciate him for a wonderful job done. Are we together? Just get him. If he's outside, let us appreciate him. Let him know that he's done a good job. You have a slide. Like Yorubas will say that it is afterward that we speak to a wise child. Then if he enters, he becomes full. So it will pop up like popcorn. Correct. So I trust and I believe that the thing will pop up. But nevertheless, I also try and see over the night to see what the slide looks like. And if we can just, in our own way, try and put up an explanation around it, it would be nice. But what we'll do right now while we're waiting for him is to get into a conversation. There was an heated conversation that happened. We'll be able to contextualize what he thought. He thought through the slide into our day-to-day activities. Now, we call this the think tank retreat. What it means is that most of the time that we'll spend here will be more of interactions, will be more of talking to ourselves, less of information being passed across to us. So most of my job here, today, tomorrow, is just to facilitate knowledge. But we just have to bring all those things here so that we can now set the ball rolling, and we can have the bedrock for that. Thank you. So after a while also, we'll also break into groups which I think they've done that for us, but I still, like you can see, that table there right now, one person disappeared, about every other person disappeared. So we need to deal with that table. They work in group, they travel together, they eat together, and then once you put them on the same table together, you may not see them together. So, is he around? Is Martin still around? Okay, but he's still around. Just let him know that we want to appreciate him. So, it says some few things, some lovely things that we need to brood over and try and see how we can implement it. Because it's one thing for you to learn, it's another thing for you to implement. I'm more of application than knowledge. Like I always teach also that when it comes to the ROI on information, return on investment on information or knowledge, knowledge only carries 10% impact. 10% impact. And then application, 40%. 40%. And coming down here, and then at the end of the day, these 2 days, you can't implement anything. And then you even try to implement something and you can't even get results. It's a waste of time, it's a waste of resources, and you don't want to be part of that. So that means we have to sink it into our day-to-day activities, extract it, and let us look at how is the culture. And I like the way you put it. You are the culture. Whatever is happening in your organization, it's you. If they're not treating your customers very well, that is you. You may say, no, but I treat the customers very well. Yeah, it's still you. Because you have not been able to train them to be like you, and then you left it. And you know what they say about culture? Culture is like you purchased a piece of land. You purchased a piece of land, and you left it unattended to. Whether you like it or yes, something will grow out of it. But you want to be in control of what grows. So if you're not in control of that, something else will grow that you do not like. So that's the way culture is. So like Martin told us, we're going to look at that from your own perspective. How are you influencing the culture in your organization? What do we need to do? And then every one of us will supply the idea. But Martin is here, and then we must let him know that he did a good job. No, sorry. I hope he did a good job. No, sorry. Did I say good? Did he do a great job? Good or great? Great. Yeah, good. Let me say this. These guys, they don't flatter. They don't flatter. They owe you nothing, and you owe them nothing. So if they say you did a great job, you can take it to the bank. You really did a great job. Yeah. Oh wow, yeah. These guys, they can buy me over. I mean, they can buy me like 10 times and everything. They're doing great numbers. They're doing great numbers. They're leading fantastic people in Nigeria and the UK. They're doing great numbers. So that's why you see the discussion got heated up when we're talking about staff and everything like that, because that's more like a day-to-day stuff that they go. But I want to let you know that our relationship doesn't end here. I'm still going to look forward to pursuing this. And okay, we got you through a bureau of speakers in Dubai, but definitely we'll still work together with you and make sure that things are going on well. Just to let you know that we appreciate you, I have a parcel for you that has 3 of my books. There's a parcel. Where's Victor? No. There's a parcel. It's in the parcel. Why did you take it out of the parcel? Okay. Yeah. I want to autograph it. You know, when I autograph a book, that means I'm the star. You are the... Sorry. I hope you find it useful. You know what? How do you give a professor a book, you know, when you have written so many articles and everything? So, if you don't mind, let me, it comes for the ups, for the camera ups, and then, you know, let them know that it's my book.
Thank you so much.
Good. This is my latest book. You're talking about a game change, you know, the language.
The game change.
Yeah, the game change. Yeah, good. So, who's taking that? So if strategy is not working, I just want to complicate matters. If strategy is not working, that means you are the problem. The people are not the problem. Because really, I don't really have the people here, so I can't talk to your people. I have to talk to you. So let us look at it. What are the things that we're looking at? How many of us you have punctuality as a cultural problem? Punctuality. Good. Those of us who didn't have punctuality as a cultural problem, I know, let me also say this, please, as much as possible, when we brainstorm like this, or when we talk like this, when we think this way, no idea would not work. All ideas can work. All ideas can work. I don't want to straight away say, okay, no, that's what you shared cannot work. No. Every idea can work. For somebody to have bought a ticket and come here, that means what the person is working on is working. Yeah, it's working somewhere near there. I was talking to someone that was telling me about somebody that, no, he's not doing this right. He's not doing that right. He's not doing this right. I said, no, don't tell me he or she is not doing this right or that right. You just tell me that he's trying to do something or she's trying to do something that you don't understand. Because for this person to have gotten to this stage, something is working. But you don't just understand how that thing is working, so you need to, he doesn't do this right or do that right. So that we can help the conversation, we can help the brainstorming session, and then get a lot of out of this thing. We just have to shield the sword, let the idea go. If you want to giggle, you want to laugh, just make it silent, just there, internally, don't let it come out. Because most of the time, that is how we truncate or we kill ideas that are supposed to move our businesses to the next level. Sometimes I'm in the meeting, I'm talking to people, and even me, I'm wondering, why did I even bring this case up with these people? Because they're giving you some ideas. It can't work, and say, I made a mistake today. But you have to discipline yourself to keep explaining, if you have the time, to keep explaining, to keep hearing and listening, to keep explaining. You'll go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. There was I had meetings that you have NYC guys there until I stopped them from coming. When you just say, okay, let me just induct these people so that they can understand how this thing works, so that I can bring them up quickly. And they keep asking you some questions. And then the guys who were supposed to be in the meeting, and then, I'm wondering, why are we wasting our time and explaining to these people? They don't understand this thing. But I took my time. As long as they were there, I have to take my time to explain to them. And we went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, until I realized that I think these guys are supposed to be at another meeting, not this meeting. But as long as they're on that table, you must allow them talk. You must make sure that they understand. And then, so let's bring that in. Some people have problem with punctuality. Some people don't. Nola shared something with us about if you report 8 a.m., you're supposed to come 8 a.m. and you do 10 a.m. So you give me extra 2 hours. That actually has been utilized several times even before he mentioned it. Sometimes people, where I used to work, interesting is the church. Where I used to work is the church, Daystar Christian Center. All of us, we have different resumption times. So if I'm going to start 8 a.m., I'm going to close 5 p.m. Let's just assume. So if you want to start 10 a.m., then you're going to close 7 p.m. But there's a particular day that all of us come together on a Tuesday. We all come together at the same time because there's going to be staff meeting, there's going to be pastors meeting, there's going to be all that meeting at a particular time. But any other time, you can choose your resumption time and your closing time. That worked for us. And like Martin said, you need to look at it that there have to be the internal and the external drive. So whatever we share here is external. You need to now bring it internal and see how does it work for me? How does it work for me? Now in my own organization, especially after COVID, we don't work 5 days. We don't work 5 days. We work 3 days. I mean, in the office. Office. We don't come to, sorry, thank you. We work 5 days, but you come to the office 3 days. And it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But that doesn't mean we can't call you in on Monday and on Tuesday. Now, as a real estate person or a construction company, that may not work for you. That may not work for you. So you need to look at, Nii said this, 3 days, 2 days, 4 days, and everything. Now you now bring it to a strategic session in your office. Implement it, look at it, and then if it does work, good. Then you see how this thing can work in the construction company or probably in logistics or Peter's company, sales and services of equipment, and then we can see work. And then DG, logistics. How does it work? Everybody has got the peculiarity. Good. Who has solved punctuality cultural problem here? You have. Good. Microphone to Dotun. Let us pick his brain.
All right. So I don't think there's anything like totally solving punctuality issue. Punctuality is also one of the things you categorize as internal process. Because sometimes you concentrate on the commercial aspect, but there are some internal processes that are the pillars that drives your commercial. So there's something like, because from time to time you still have people come in. But there's something that I did that I think works is, you talk about those who are coming late. Why don't you talk about those who are coming early? Why don't we focus and celebrate those who are coming early? So celebrating positive things at work is a way of driving that particular behavior. Rather than making the latecomers celebrities, why don't we focus on those who are coming early? And there's something annoying we do. If you come late to a meeting, we give you a standing ovation. So we give you, just to embarrass you a little. So we give you a standing ovation. But most importantly, there's something I want to advise, which is, we call it balance scorecard. So see, if whatever you don't measure, you cannot really, manage it and change it. So there's something we call balance scorecard. It's a way of assigning score to every aspect of your business. So there's a commercial aspect, there's internal process, you have the people, learning and development. It's a way of ensuring a balanced behavior amongst everybody. So you can score high for bringing money, but you lose some mark for coming late. So at the end of the day, your score is not adding up, even though you did well. But because of some areas you're not performing well, it then affects your overall scorecard. So introducing balance is a measurement, is a performance measurement tool that guarantees optimal performance. Because if you don't measure it, like I said, you won't be able to. And let me just conclude and say that you really cannot stop it overnight. You cannot stop it in one meeting. It is when you track it over a period of time and you appraise it, maybe after 6 months. Assign score to everybody. See yourself, and you know where you're losing mark, when you're gaining mark. Oh, I sold very well. I was the best this. But because you came late, you lost some point. Then affect your overall score, affects your department, and something like that begin to, before you know it, after a while, things begin to change. People still come late. There's traffic, there's no light, there's no fuel. So, but you understand that those are just things that is beyond their control. Thank you.
Thank you, Dotun. One of the things that Dotun also said here about it will affect you, it will affect your scores, it will affect your unit department. That's very powerful. You know, when we organized a lot of trainings for corporate organization before I got tired, and it really got tired. But first back then was surprised that when people went for break, they come back to class like immediately. They were surprised, what did you do to them? We always forced them to come. You know what we did? We divided them into groups. We gave them points. You have 2,000 points, everybody 2,000 points. So whenever we have any activity in class, you will have to compete with 500 points, 500 points, 500 points, so the winner takes all. So somebody who, we've done 2 activities and somebody has cleared about 5,000, but those people, they will tell you that we can misbehave. Because no matter what you're going to charge us, we have money, points. But those ones who are losing, and then you make sure that you don't even start the game until towards the end of the class, the first day, so that people, when they go for lunch, because they know that if they come late, if you come, and let's assume this is a group. Now, the 4 of you came early, he didn't come early, so we'll deduct your point. No discussion. Minus 500 points. You know what happens? When they eat, when they go to lunch, one time, sir, this one is still eating, they'll tell you, it's enough. They will clear the plate. I mean, they will practically clear the plate and say, no, you're eating it. Okay, yeah. it was what's it called? The first bank there. I mean, they will clear the plate of you. Say, you have to move. They are the one that will move them, say, we have to get to class quickly. And 2 minutes to time, somebody's in class, where's Dotu? Where is Dotu? Call him more. We'll just be watching them. I agree with that, totally. So when they know, the people in the office are the people who fight. What is wrong with you? Do you need somebody to pick you from home or something like that? Because you're affecting all of us. Do you understand? I think we can bring that in. I think so. It's something that can work. Wigan, Ineka.
I did something, tea service, where you have to come in to enjoy the tea service, which is breakfast, tea and biscuits, because you can't ask people to come in early. They may not have eaten from home. But if they know that they are coming in and having breakfast, because no eating is allowed at the office, so you have breakfast 30 minutes, 8 to 8:30. When it's 8:30, nobody's taking anything. I noticed a lot of people started coming on time, because the mere idea of, I'm going to have breakfast and then move to work. And there's this fellowship that I've noticed. When people are having a meal together, it brings everybody together. I actually see the joy in their faces where they're talking about what happened the day before or something they've watched. Most times we'll have to say, 8:30, can we all? Then also, I discovered a year before, I did something without even knowing it would work. There's this category, punctuality category at the award ceremony we do end of every year. So I put in a lot of money. The most punctual person in the company gets that money. And it was the office support.
I think that's connected to what Dr. also said.
Okay,
Celebrate the punctual ones. Sorry, Lagos State also did that when it comes to our taxes, when they were collecting taxes from us. The first thing they did before they started, I'm not sure they even started going after anybody. Yeah, no, they even celebrated people. They celebrated Emeka, Anyoku. They celebrated Sam Adeyemi as paying their taxes. They were celebrating the people who were paid, not the people who were avoiding taxes. Who were paying. So I think that's good. Before you start punishing, you first celebrate good.
Okay, so when the staff, actually the office support.
That came later,
So the office support, the lady that helps to clean the office and everything, she won that category. And when the staff saw the amount of money she took home, incidentally, the punctuality rate really increased because everybody started vying for that position. So by the end of the year, it was difficult. We had to create a space for 2 people, not 1 person, because there was a tie between the driver and the office. The office support was like, if another person wins this position, I'll resign because I know I'm the most punctual person. So it really worked. Those 2 really worked.
What you can also do, because you're sharing this, is probably to have an amount or to have a percentage, and then as many people that win, they share it.
Okay.
Instead of just 1 person taking it.
Okay.
Many people they share it because very soon they will be doctoring the books and everything and making sure that. But as many people that win, and it's like what they do in the secondary school right now, which I don't subscribe to. Everybody wins a medal. That's why our young people don't know what it means to be number 1 and everything, because whoever eventually get a medal. But there's a good part of it. You all are punctual. We share this thing with all of you, and then it's an idea.
Good afternoon, beautiful people.
Good afternoon.
I'm Bolade Adedigba. I helped a friend to solve a problem from a staff that thought or felt is important. And that was the area I was trying to mention the other time. There are some staff who knows the customer very well, and they believe if you want to do anything to harass me, I can make it to lose your customers. So he has a gym. So the gym instructor, very good guy, and most of the customers love him very well. But the arrangement was he should be resuming 7 and close 12. Then he resumed just a week, and he was coming 9, 8:30. So when he told me, I said, let's give him a silent treatment. Now this is what we're going to do, because they have a group, a WhatsApp group for all their customers. If you do anything to him, he might go behind to poison their mind. So I said, anytime he comes around, don't ask him again. But let's say you are there and he came late, you want to give excuse. I just say, don't worry. It happens sometimes. It happens at times. Don't worry. But we'll know what to do. So there was a day, it just came that he has an assignment somewhere, and he will be coming, he wanted to come early so that he can close early. So when he told me, I asked him, when did you want to close? He said 8. I said, but usually come 8. He said he will be coming 7. I said, okay. Tell him that, how long will that assignment take him? So he asked him, he said 2 weeks. I said, okay. Tell him that you're going to give him 2 weeks off without pay, so that I can have time to attend to what he wanted to go for. So when he told him, he was happy. So he left. Now, the 3rd day, I said, call him. Tell him that you want to get somebody who's going to assist him temporarily for that 2 weeks. So he called him that, I've gotten someone who will relieve you, and I'm going to pay the person. I said, tell him how much you are going to pay the guy. That I've gotten someone. So I helped him get the guy, who is also good. So when we told him, he said, okay. And I told him, at the end of the 2 weeks, don't remind him. He should be the one to call you that, okay, I'm done. I want to come back. So he didn't remind him. I said, okay, negotiate with this guy if you can do 1 month more. So he negotiated with the guy, and the guy said he's going to do 1 month more. I said, okay, give the guy the same money you are giving to him. So I don't call him. So he didn't call, and he was not coming. So the guy was doing the work. After when he reached a month, he took excuse for 2 weeks. So when he reached a month, he called him that he wants to return back. How is the gym? And he said, well, the gym is fine. The guy, I begged him to do 1 month more. I said, but, Oga, you should have called me. He said, I should have called you. I thought you were still very busy. That's why I didn't want to disturb you. So I even have to beg the guy to do 1 month. So he said, okay. He was waiting for the guy to say, but Oga, can I be coming? I said, tell him that he can come. There is a friend of the house. So he told him, yeah, you can always come around. You are a friend of the house. So that shows that he knows that if he comes around, he's not going to collect anything. So that was why he could not come, because he doesn't want to waste his transport money without collecting anything. And so that was how we hired the guy, and he was not able to complain. Now, it was one of the customers that came to, where is this guy? Then they said, well, Akin has took excuse. We now narrated how it happened. Akin shouldn't have done that now. Or does it mean Akin has gone for what he told me? So he said, he's asking, what did he tell you? He said, there's a man who just opened another gym, and they wanted to help him to build up the place.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, basically, I just want to talk about the issue of the staff lateness to the office, because I will say everybody definitely will experience this, because even us, ourselves, sometimes we also late to the office. So we can't go out of it. We just have to continue to use wisdom, because if you decide to send one staff away because it's late to the office, you may end up sending all the staffs away. So most time what I do is that I create a kind of an appraiser session, an appraiser at the end of the year to reward the most punctual staff. Also I forgot all those things again. I think the well-dressed staff. I created some category, and I always make it very big. I'm so particular about that. And it's not because of the fact that I'm interested in just doing that, but I'm just using that to correct some attitude of some staff that come late to the office. In fact, to the extent that one of the staff that was punctual and take the job very serious, last year got a trip to Dubai. We go as high as that. In fact, last year we did, and we always do this during our end of the year party. It's always, all the staffs are eager to know who will be the best. And we are not the one that normally I don't do the selection myself. Nobody do the selection. The only thing we do is that we always create a platform, a link. We share it among all the staffs. Select your best person. So each person will start selecting his own best. So at the end, at the back end, we count the staff that has the highest number. And with that, it is always plain. And at the end, by the time we announce, nobody will say that there is partiality or something. So, and it's always good. Last year also, we celebrated the staff that is the most punctual. And I gave the staff, how much? Okay, 400,000 naira. And the staff was very happy. So with that, it has corrected some of their behavior in terms of coming late to the office. In fact, when they come late at times, they feel bad because they know at the end of the year, even if I work hard to become the best of this year, my coming late may affect me. So that has been correcting their behaviors.
Okay. You know, sometimes almost all the things that we've mentioned is activity, which is good, fantastic. But there is a becoming before there's an activity. Anybody who wants to do anything must know that you must become that. Now, as a CEO right now, how do you embrace punctuality? How does punctuality flow in your bloodstream? What is your perspective to punctuality? Have you studied on punctuality? Have you consumed it so much that you understand what it is? You understand the importance of it. You carry it with you. You become the standard of punctuality. I mean, they know you as Mr. Punctuality. Probably that will now Martin was saying something about vibes. Was saying something about sending vibes and everything like that. Probably that will also strengthen those activities. Because sometimes when you do activities, you have to sustain activities. And you have to sustain activity with a lot of reward, a lot of this, a lot of that, which is good, don't get me wrong. But those things should be boosters. They should not be the source. The source should come from you. So what every CEO should do, or every founder, is to even look at that word punctuality. How does it affect your bottom line? Can you bring it? Do we have one else? I'm not sure we have one else. Do we have one else? Yes. Good. Can you see how it affects your numbers? Can you explain punctuality to us as it regards your bottom line? Or as it regards their own take-home? Hope you understand what I'm talking about. This is more like an in-depth study, like you burying yourself into that thing. I need to solve this problem, but I need to solve this problem from my mind. I need to solve this problem from the mental standpoint. So once that is solved, so it's easy for you to implement activities, and activities can take you to any level. It's just like motivation. You can always motivate people. It's only when you're there, you motivate me. If you're not there, I don't stay motivated. But one of the best things anybody can do for anybody is to create a internal motivational mechanism that the person carries all along. I remember there was a time, long time ago, that we trained the BRT bus drivers. They were complaining about them that, look, these guys just destroy these buses. They don't pay attention to it, and everything. So we have to sit down and strategize. Because it's one thing for you to come and say, you know what, your boss is important, the tire is important, and this and that and this and that. They would just leave the place. They would do those things for like 1 or 2 or 3 weeks, and after a while they revert back to their normal way of life. So what would we do? We have to tie the bosses around their emotions. So we don't call it a boss. We call it their pot of soup. So we say, what will affect your pot of soup? Pot of soup, this is what pays your children's salary, your children's school fees, house rent, and everything, because they come from this pot of soup. And then we now put the boss and the pot of soup together. This boss pays for this, pays for this, pays for. If he breaks down for 2-3 weeks, you will not be able to pay this, pay that, pay this, pay that, pay this. So we got some feedback from our clients that they started shouting, don't touch my pot of soup. Don't touch my pot of soup. Don't touch it. So we took it away from activity internally, and then we tied their bedroom to it. We tied their children to it, and it was easy for them to easily flow through that. Not that you won't have to come back and reactivate that or refresh that, but you won't have to do it every day. So that's what I'm talking about here.
The first thing I'd like to say is about the path that Martin talked about. So I've always had challenges with that saying that culture eats strategy for breakfast. But then I don't just like when people say it. It makes me feel somehow. But when Martin came up to say that what is strategy, to say that strategy is actually a mindset, that helped me a little bit to say that, okay, so if the mindset is okay, culture also could be shifted. So to me, I think that that gave me a little bit of relief on that. But then as regards the solving the culture, the punctual issue, before I started my technology consulting business, I had done over 13 years in the corporate setting. So this is like an everyday thing for me. And I saw that I had to run after people, I had to handhold people, micromanage people. But how did I solve that problem ultimately? To say that except if we have billions of millions of naira to begin to give out every now and then, say, I love rewards, I love perks, but then how long do we want to give rewards for?
Well, the perks are good. The perks are good. Everybody should write down those perks.
Yeah.
Those activities are good. Those perks are good.
Yeah.
We are going to imbibe those perks.
Yeah.
Just add to it.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that. So to me, I now said, okay, for how long do I do this? To say that I'm giving you stuff just so that you could appear on time and the likes of it. Except again that we probably did not learn from COVID. What did I do differently, and how has it worked for the past 8 years that I have implemented that? So what I did basically is to say that, guys, we've got work to do. These are the things that I expected from us. Productivity has to be top-notch. What did we do differently? I sold myself to the people. I made sure that everybody understands that, see, this is our pot of soup, like he said. So if no one is delivering, no one is getting anything. Let's take it so much like ours. And then how did he get down to the people? We started doing work from home even before COVID came. So it became a policy to say that 2 days, 3 days, we did an Excel sheet that said I was managing about 20 people, between 15 and 20 people. So we did, and then technology made it easy for us. So we did, okay, you've got VPN, you can connect to the office if you want to connect to the office, you've got internet. So we made sure that it was convenient for people to even work from home. So you've got internet, we subsidize your internet for you. We give you some money for internet, which still speaks to the PEC. And then what more do you want? You need a better system that will make you work from anywhere. We began to change people's laptop types so that at least they can have the best of experience when they're working from home. So we gave all of these things, and then we now went further to say that, guys, this business is our pot of soup. So everybody, let's take this pot of soup so seriously. So, and then programmers came to me to say that the best time that they love to work more, that deliver more, is actually when they are not in the office seeing people, when nobody is seeing them. So the thing that we did was just to say, this is the timeline, deliver this project within this also, deliver this task within this also time. And people were, I was surprised myself, people were, they were delivering 100%. During COVID, my team delivered more projects than we ever did because people were working from home. We gave them internet, don't show up. For 2 years, before I eventually started my own business, for 2 years, I only appeared in my office 3 times. For 2 years, I only appeared in my office 3 times, and I was delivering back. It was tough for me because you work more if you work from home. It was tough for me, but productivity, sincerely take it from me, productivity was high. When I started my business at the middle of last year, when I started my business, I adopted the same method.
Okay.
I've got a lady who works for me who does, I do a lot of IT consulting and things that has to do with API consumption. So we need a legal and compliance person. I got a lady who does legal and compliance for me who does not live in Lagos. She's a mother of 3. She lives in Ibadan. And we were working back to back. I was consuming APIs, we were signing SLAs, we were signing NDAs. She was reviewing all of these things.
Okay.
I was having issues with the bank. We were resolving those things over email. And so I think that if we build the right culture, and then we make the people to believe in whatsoever we're preaching, I think that will help us. Punctuality will not be an issue. Coming to the office, just let people know.
Okay.
So internal motivation to say that I am willing to do this thing, not just that you're forcing me to do it. That has worked for me, sincerely, and it's still working in my own personal business right now, and I think we should adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you. And when somebody does not sleep well regularly, they will start making mistakes. And then the day they break down, you just realize that all the things you have dumped on them, you have to carry it. So we need to know how to manage them. That's another conversation. We need to know how to manage them. What do we do? I have one with me. I hope she can't hear me anyway. Oh, you can't hear me. So you guys don't know what I'm talking about. I have to be, did you sleep? How many hours? Go and sleep. Go and sleep. I even told the person that, when we come back from Dubai, this laptop, I'm taking it off you. Guess what she was saying? Or he was saying? No. He was saying, I said, I said, please don't. Please don't. But I'm going to take that laptop off for some few days. Because you know what? It's going to come back at me. It's going to come back at me. And I don't want that to happen. So we need to look at that.
Yes, take off the laptop.
Now I'm taking it. Even without the assembly. Even without the assembly, I'm going to take it. Even if I 2-3 days, I'm going to take it. No, he's got the mic now. Let him have the mic, then we'll come to you.
We're all CEOs and managers. First thing we are going to manage is talents and people. Culture is first a mindset, like he said. Then your job is to actually create. I think first we measure 8 to 5 instead of measuring time used to deliver productivity. We don't expect people to do what we expect. We expect that they do what we inspect. So, for example, I have a QS. The QS, you know your job. You're supposed to come to site. You have these bricklayers or the people resuming by 7. So if you're supposed to come to site to release material to them, you are the site supervisor. I am not going to tell you to resume by 7. Obviously, by default, the time and the productivity of the people have already told you that You're supposed to resume by 7. Now, as at the time I was handing you the job, I would ask you the question, this is what it entails. Can you do it? Yes. So I monitor you for a week or 2. If you are delivering, fine. If you don't deliver, the first point is not to threaten you. The first point is to open a conversation with you. Where do you stay? For example, do you need, should we do our BQ so that you can pass the night here? Maybe weekend, go to your family. And it makes them open up a whole lot of things to you. Remember that they are very important to your operations. If the QS makes a mistake, or the QS or the site supervisor, if they make a mistake, you are losing money as a company on your own. So those are the little details that we pay attention to. My marketing team don't have to resume by 8. I mean, they can make their marketing calls from anywhere, and I don't have to monitor whether they punch in or not. What I want to see is that, how many calls did you make today? Did you call this? Did you call this? Did you call? Wherever they did it from, in short, it reduced my internet usage. I mean, so first off, let's monitor what we can. Because, I mean, the CEO, see, we can't appear in the office every day. It's totally, it can't come from me. If it's punctuality, it can't come from me. Because most times, I mean, I have to stay healthy. For example, I work out in the morning. But you are not allowed to work out in the morning. I pay you to be in the office. You understand? So I shouldn't enter into what I cannot finish. All in the name of I want to bring it out from me. But I can actually monitor productivity. And which is, see, do me a checklist. If by 9 a.m. you are supposed to give 10 clients a call, and by 9:10 you have not done that, you have defaulted. Whether you came to work 8 a.m. does not even matter to me. I don't want you to just come and crowd my office. Give me productivity. I can monitor it from anywhere. I've not been in the country all month long. But come on, they send me a checklist, and I just do the checklist. Then I do maybe a check call. Alpha, did you get this from this person? When did you get this email from my office? I saw the email, but I just try to get a response. So we manage people. Measure, checklist, productivity. That's what affects our bottom line. I know the people that are very important to my business. Very important if they are sick. So I push a lot of support to those people because those people are like my pillars. So I need to put iron, cement, and granite. So in terms of bottom line, that is what I look at as a CEO. So, I mean, if this, okay, front desk, the reception person, I mean, that's the first person. If they open the office, that's the person you can see. And I don't think you should have one in your organization if you are big enough. You should have 2 people, or you should have one person mirroring that person at every particular point in time. Because those are the kind of people that can wake up and tell you that we are not doing again. So when you have, and you just know those little things, for me, maybe it's the Igbo man in me. It's the bottom line for me. So productivity, bottom line, and we can sort every other thing out. Thank God it's Friday.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. And I think that's more like a very strategic way to look at it. You know, when you say it's not about coming inside of you and everything, you know, I said something about you understanding what punctuality means to you, and then having an understanding of what it is and how you can get the best out. That is actually it coming out from you. And then your guys knows that, okay, we get the job done. Whether a guy is around or a guy is not around, we get the job done. This is where we do. Now, that sends a message to everybody, and that is a culture already. That's a culture already. So now, you have to now take it a step further and entrenching it and probably putting a process to it and making it documented. So you have captured the culture, not that it's just you thinking about it. The question is that, are we all thinking about it? Are we all on the same page with you, the way you're thinking? Do we all realize that when Oga is jogging, Oga is actually working? Because Oga needs to be healthy to be able to I mean, all those things are very, very important for you to be able to document, capture the processes. And that is you being punctual, and then you are oozing out punctuality to your people because you understand your own punctuality very well. Good. Let's hear a female voice and I'll have you. So what do you do?
We're into electricity.
Okay.
Electricity business. So
Okay. Power.
transformer installation and the rest of them. So for us, it's not...
They are into transformer installations. We have a lot of real estate guys there. They want to install transformer.
Yes.
But remember, I'm the one that did the marketing.
Okay. Okay, so I wouldn't want my guys to resume in the office in the name of coming to resume by 8 o'clock if it's not going to add to me. But if he has to resume on site and needs to get the work done and is there to do it, then fine, he has delivered for me. There are times when we are not on site. They sit down, they watch TV. And sometimes we tell them, enjoy it while it lasts. Because the time is going to come when you will not even close 5 o'clock. Because I want to believe that in all of these things, you've said something, there is need for you to internalize whatever it is you learn. That it works for others doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work for you in your organization the same way. So, if I take 8 o'clock as a resumption time, it won't work. If they need to resume in Aja for a job bit, they won't leave 8 o'clock. They won't leave 7 o'clock. Probably leave 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. But it now behoves you as the CEO or the leaders in the organization to try and get them to buy into you. And there was something that Dr. Martins talked about, the teaching, the respect, and the understanding. I think is very, very key. We are all different human beings, and sometimes you need to get to know the person you're dealing with. They have their issues, they have things that are making them not to be so effective. And sometimes we have all these parameters that work for us, and then we just reel them out, expecting them to just buy into it, without finding out what it is that is actually their issue.
Good.
So we have one of our engineers, and I remember when he got into the organization, it took a while, but there was a day I kept studying him. And there was a day I called him, and we had a very lengthy talk. And that was the turnaround for him. It changed everything about his life in that organization. And he's still doing very well. And then we are now loading him with more responsibility so that he can produce better.
Thank you.
Then I take a recent case. One of the drivers we got, when he came in, at a point I was tired. It was like as if I made a mistake in bringing him in. But sometimes you need to fall back and try to think about the people. It took us going to his place twice on a weekend. And I remember one of such occasions, I asked him to get into the car. We didn't quarrel with him. Why did you come? Why did you not come? Just got him into the car and said, let's get talking. You are single, you are not yet married, you have a lady in the house, and you think this is how you're going to pay the bills and the rest. We had a very lengthy talk that at the end of the day, this same guy, he's pulling up so much. This morning now he has called. I'm here in Dubai, but they are making things work. And what they are thinking about is, tomorrow is Monday. We are on site. We need to get things in perspective. So we are not there taking the decision, but they are taking the decision.
Awesome.
So I want to feel that in as much as we are learning all of these theories and the rest of them, please, let's take it back home. Look at your people that God has given to you, because I believe that every staff is good, although not every staff is yours. You must also get to that point where you know who is not for you. You will talk, you will understand, but really, some people are just not for you. And you should get to that point where you realize it and you have to let such people.
Which is true. No, what I tell people, when we recruit for you, we will do all the technical jobs. We'll do the skills, try to match the skills, trying to match this, trying to match that and everything. But at the end of the day, we'll give you 3 people. We recommend 3 people. But your job is not to start looking for those skills again. What you look for is chemistry. Can this person work with us? And in most cases, not in all cases, in most cases, the highly recommended does not get the job. Most cases. Because I tell them, don't look for any other thing, just look at, can I work with this person? You're looking for vibes, you're asking questions about the family, you're figuring out things, that's all you're looking for. And you're looking, and so sometimes, someone's question can reveal them.
The part of you learning to forgive them for the things they do. Sometimes they do a lot of things that can actually impact on you. And then sometimes it costs you money as well. But your ability to equally forgive much, sometimes it puts them back.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a reset in their mind. Because sometimes they're expecting that, okay, I have made such a mistake, and I'm going to be sanctioned heavily for it. And then you just
You let it
back
go.
and said, okay, no problem. I give you a practical example. I said we have a site work we're doing, which you're aware of, and then they needed to get some materials to a place. And one of them, they've been going through that place because there's a construction going on the road. And then he took one way, and they captured him. Took him to Alausa. Of course, he spent money, or got at the vehicle. But we didn't go. He went through the process. He went through the stress, everything. We paid the money. He got out. He was expecting we were going to sanction him, but something else happened that he was a part of. We decided to give him a financial reward. It was like, excuse me, I can't believe this. With all that I cost, I'm talking of the same month of March, with all that I cost this organization, you mean, it wasn't such a big amount of money, but the response elicited from him. So right now, he's head of logistics, and he's the person that is running the things that have to do with vehicles and all the rest of them, making sure that if you tell this guy, come to work by 5 a.m., I always tell people, he will deliver.
Okay.
If I'm going to the airport 6 a.m., he will be there.
Now, my analytical mind is coming in there because process. Now, what if we look at it this way? This person has done something that needs to be corrected or reprimanded based on our staff policies.
He was reprimanded, no doubt.
Okay, good.
We had a good talk on it.
Were they supposed to be fines? Were the fines decided long before that happened? I'm not saying, I'm just trying to widen this whole thing so that we can marry it. No, if the fines were already documented, now the thing is that, so that it doesn't send a signal to the whole house that all you need to do is that if you do good, if you do bad here, just do good here, and it will neutralize it. It will send a wrong vibe. And then that would, there's something called the law of, what's it now? I can't remember again, but this is how it works. Whenever you compromise your policy to accommodate something, whether legally or morally, you have set the law of precedence.
No, I mean, he had to go through.
No, I'm not saying you should defend yourself. I know. I'm just trying to let us see that whenever we have decided that this should happen, it must happen. So let everybody know that this has happened, and then probably you now behind with the person one-on-one, you now give the person more of something that the person can fall back on to manage that situation. Because in as much as you start, not you now, if you play this and play that, as though we forgive this and that, you are weakening. No, don't worry, I'm not saying, try and understand me. Hope you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm just trying to do, you have to protect that written document. That written document must be protected. I'll take you, don't worry. If you don't protect that written document, if they feel that there is something or guys doing that can compromise one or two things, it becomes useless. I remember working with Sam Adeyemi. He would tell us that, don't worry, the policy will address it. After the policy has addressed it, we will amend it. After the policy has addressed it, we will amend it. Oh, this thing does not look 21st century. This thing is not the new thing. But you know what? Let the policy, the whole rugged policy, let it address it. After it addresses it, we'll amend it. We won't amend it before addressing it. Because every time you amend before addressing, you will always amend before addressing. I've left you now, don't mind me, I've left you. I'm just talking broadly now. So you must make sure that whatever this thing says must be done. And then you can now come back and then the person, well, I go borrow you money to pay that fine. I will lend you the money to pay the fine.
No, he's still going to pay.
I mean, sweetheart, I have left you. I have left you. I have left you. I'm just trying. You see, sometimes based on what you said, there were some things that went round, and some of us picked it. That's what I was trying to see so that I can balance it. So let the policy do its work, and then come back and then. Oh, okay, you were the word. Okay, I'll take it.
I just want to tell a story to understand what staffing can actually do to an organization. So in 2013, I started the poultry. You know, very young me. I was very enthusiastic. I had about 20,000 birds.
20,000
birds. So, and if you know chicken very well, you know that they're only as smart as the food they are eating. So I had a very hard-working young lady. She used to be the one to look after the birds. So I traveled to London for 2 weeks. And the way poultry works is when you want to give chicken water, you open a particular tap, so water will flow through the supply line. When you want to give them their drugs, you close the water, then you open the drug tank. So I was in London, and a staff called me and said, Oga, we have lost almost 4,000 birds.
Out of? No, I just wanted to.
So I panicked. I came back to Nigeria. Then I started doing my investigation. So one of my favorite staff, the woman that I know that she's very hardworking, she made a big mistake. Unfortunately, that mistake has caused me to not do the poultry business for now. That's how much a staff can do damage. So what she did was this. It's a very simple principle. When you want to give the birds water, drugs, close the clean water, give them their drug water. So what she did is, after she gave them the drug water, the water ran its course. She left it and opened the clean water. And chickens will do one thing, they will keep eating, no matter what you do. Their job is to eat. So they ate and ate and ate and ate till they started dying. Now, because I wasn't around, she did not come early the next day. And the thing about poultry is this. All you need is for 5 birds to die. And 5 more will die because 5 died. Not because they are sick. They will only die because another 5 just died.
That is contagious.
In eventuality, I lost about 9,800 birds, and the productivity of the remaining ones, because they were broiler breeders, they were not laying eggs as they were. It's in short that those batch of birds were almost unproductive for me. I could not do anything with them, just because my staff made one decision. And this thing is something that I say every time, it's the most conscious thing that you should know. What chicken must always, even if they're dying, let them have water. That water can save them more than their food. So in turn, right, being kind is a good thing. Being empathetic is a good thing. But it can also bite you, because it was the confidence that I had that in Yoruba, Kulishe, no, it's not her, she will not do that. She knows her job. That cost me a whole lot of investment.
Was it done deliberately?
the job is to give me result, whether it's deliberate or not. I'm to get result. Whether it was done deliberately, I've lost hundreds of millions. So my point is, I did not pick a fight with her eventually. I just counted my loss and moved on. But I have not forgotten. I am here today telling it, to let you know that. So when I deal with staff, I try to be empathetic, try to reason with them. But I've also realized something. The moment you let them in, right? I came late because I give somebody an example. I came late because my mother is not feeling fine. My 2 children need to go to school. You now say to them, okay, I will take care of your child's school fees. 2 weeks later, she's back to tell you that a dog died and they need to bury the dog. You know, it's a case of we hope for the best in every staff that we have, because it's the loss that I incurred. There's no amount of sanction, there's no amount of punishment that can take that can fix that loss. So like I said, I'm not here to advise. So I really don't even know how to. I manage people. I'm a very relational person, so I manage people based on one-on-one conversations. But even with the one-on-one conversations, I have still lost a lot of money to one-on-one conversations, where you say, okay, let me speak to this person, let me speak to that person. And I've also noticed that the people that I'm a little firm with, just a little firm, you know, I don't give you those rooms to be relational or be empathetic. Give me more results than people that I say, come in, I will speak to you. When I give directive to some people more, the people that I give directive to most times eventually give me more results than people that I give relationship, conversation kind of directives to. I don't know if you understand, but
yeah, we understand.
My point is just that I don't know how to navigate it, but it can be good and it can be very bad.
When you read Jim Collins' book on Good to Great, at the pinnacle of his leadership is empathy and decisiveness. So it's like a two-edged sword. You must know when to swing here and when to swing here. You must have that balance. You must know how to hire and fire. But our last think tank meeting, we were told that somebody has never fired in 21 years. So we're thinking whether our firing sword is something that we need to look at and everything. But, you know, there's always a different dimension. I think we've established that here. You have to look at what works for you and then work with it. But definitely, you need both sides. You need both, and you must know when to apply whichever one is most appropriate. There's something called situational leadership. I think it's by Ken Blanchard. And then what you look at is the situation determines the style. So you understand the situation, based on that situation, you deploy the style that is needed. And then you look at two things, basically, and that's the theory. You look at motivation and skills. I want to do the job, I know how to do the job. Some people don't know how to do the job and they don't want to do the job. How do you treat them? Some people know how to do the job, but they don't want to do the job. You treat them differently. Some people want to do the job, but they don't know how to do the job. And then you have somebody who wants to do the job and knows how to do the job. So as a leader, you must have all those and be able to deploy based on those situations. That's the highest form of leadership. There must be empathy, which you showed empathy anyway, but it was just very, very costly for you, which is very unfortunate. But at least you didn't lock up the lady. You didn't take all her family into, because some people have done that. So you still showed, in as much as that, you still showed empathy. You still showed. Because somebody can lock you. I will lock you, your family, everything. You have to resurrect all these birds.
An aeronautic engineer can also make a mistake that can cost the life of 230 people.
Yeah, definitely.
So there are some mistakes that we cannot be afforded. They're not acceptable. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. There are some mistakes that chicken has life, same as human. The only difference is that we are eating one is eating one. You understand? So, but it's the same process. If the engineer, I have a phobia flying in Nigeria for one reason. I believe that the guy. I believe that the guy I believe that the engineer that is working on those planes will say, Oma Lube, to Bati Delata Abuja. When they come out from Abuja, we will fix that problem. One of the reasons why I try not to fly locally, because I just have that mentality that Nigerian guy, because he has to not beat traffic, will just whine small.
It's the way we treat our cars. That's probably the way they treat the plane. I understand you. I understand you. You see, there's some jobs that you do that beforehand you know that any negligence is a criminal case. Any simple mistake. That's why those guys are very thorough. And they have checks also going, making sure that everything is there. You know, just like you brought in the airline in Nigeria, you know, normally the engineer and the pilot must agree before the plane takes off. So if the engineer says it can't take off, no matter what the pilot feels, it can't take off. But then we have some CEOs, owners of airline, I have loan to pay, how can it take off? Manage it, Joe. So, you know, those check and balances are there. And any job that would involve lives and everything, very serious job, like, I mean, beforehand you must know. You must have signed. You must have taken an oath and everything. So when you take an oath, then my empathy has been incapacitated because you took an oath to make sure all these things are going to be done. Everything must be in line and everything. So once you don't do it, you face the music. What I can do is to visit you in jail. You see, that's still empathy, you know? That's still empathy. You feel the way, you know? I will make sure that this, the chairman, sorry, you guys from the UK may not understand this. The chairman of the prison will make sure that we give him like 10,000 so that they don't beat you. And they give you, that's empathy. But that doesn't mean the person will not go through the music, through the whole thing. There has to be that balance. No matter what it is, there has to be a balance. No matter what it is. And there's a difference between breaking a plate and the plate breaking. Breaking a phone, and my phone broke. This is breaking a phone. Don't worry. I wanted to change it. This is the phone broke, slipped off my hand. One is intentional, one is mistake. But that doesn't mean both should be punished. Especially if I took an oath that this thing, as long as it's within my care, will not get broken. So I want to figure out where you fall. Did you break it or did it break? So that also elicits my empathy. Now, that doesn't mean that even if you broke it, we won't get you a therapy to see how did you break it? What do we need to do? What's wrong with you? And everything. So that when you get out of there, we still have you intact. Do you understand? So even if you broke it deliberately, you still owe me. I still owe you that little bit of empathy. Because you know what? When it comes to leadership, it's much more than now. It's more about 10, 15, 25, 50 years, 60 years. Most people don't think that way. And they just want to rush through things. They want to get things done. Let us bruise whatever I want to bruise. Let us send the message across. At the end of the day, the message can come back to us and authors. Because you have a name. You want your children, your grandchildren, to boldly bear that name. And then wherever they go, the people that you are being sympathetic and empathetic towards will see that name and they will do a lot of things. Oh, although mother went to prison, but your dad or your granddad did this and did that to make sure. It's a futuristic thing. Hope you get it. Good. Okay, is out of... Okay, you want to talk? Okay, good.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I've enjoyed many of the contributions, and they are quite insightful. And we have learned a lot about many ways to probably motivate and get our staffs to work much better. There's something I wanted to say to what happened to you. When we started the process of trying to re-engineer our system, there were a couple of things that were introduced to our system. And these are the things that most of us in Africa don't get to do in our businesses. one of which is documented process. Many of us, we don't invest in research, and we just get ideas and we just want to run with it. And if you are in any field of business, there are documented processes that need to be employed. And I'll give you an example. You go to a McDonald's anywhere in the world, it tastes the same. The reason why it tastes the same is because the process was documented. Do this and do this and do that. While growing up, there were a couple of things that were encountered from our parents. When your mother will finish cooking jollof rice, and you taste jollof rice, you say, Mommy, this jollof rice is sweet. How did you cook it? You say, it's gift. Till tomorrow, my mom has not explained to me how she gets our native soup to taste so good. It's not gift. It's the fact that there's a skill that they have that has not been documented. So in such a scenario, I think for anything of such, there has to be documented process, and people have to follow the document. You know, sometimes when you see them reading all those things on air when we're about to fly, it's a documented process. You have to read it. Some of them have now internalized it such that they can almost say it without reading it. But there's a book there that you have to read. You carry the microphone, you read it from, and sometimes you get to the airplane, almost everybody knows what they are going to say, but they will still say it. It's a documented process, and many of us don't stick to those kind of things, and that can actually help a great deal. But I want to also deviate a little from what we have been saying, you know, because there are other issues that are pressing, you know, from a few feedback that I've gotten here. One of which is the high cost of running our businesses. You know, for a couple of us, you have a lot, especially after COVID, there was a lot of high turnover of staffs. And I think anytime you want to recruit a new staff, you have to even pay higher. You know, so how do we manage such processes? The reason why many people don't get to train their staffs as much as they need to train them is because by the time you finish training them, the next thing, the person is getting another job. You know, and those are issues that we have in our organization. And when you say you won't train them, if you don't train them, well, you won't blame them eventually if you don't train them. So we have to spend money to train. So what are the strategies that one can also employ to ensure that the staff turnover is not as high? And also for the business itself, the turnover, the overhead cost of running our business is fast. Some of us now, one of us, recently something happened, and more like a crisis, but has been taken care of. I was still discussing with one of his guys, and he told me everything has been taken care of. But he's not the only one that is in that industry. We are many of us who raise money like that in the industry. One of other things that we also battle is the cost of doing business, the capital that is needed to do business. How do you source for capital? How do you source for money? Because our banks are not responding. Maybe some of us here, maybe you have collected a lot of money from the banks. I don't know. But the banks have not really successfully given me the kind of money that I want to.
Okay.
The
kind of money, not that they've not given you money.
Yeah, I started a particular project, and the project right now, I had to stop subscription because I don't have the kind of finance to execute it. I'll be needing up to 20 billion to be able to finance that particular project. And you know, if you get to a bank and even ask for 1 billion, they will say you should go and get your father's head, your mother's head, and go and exhume your great-grandfather and all of that. So these are some of the challenges we're facing, and it impacts on the cost of business. You know, I don't know, some of us, if we have internal tech team and the things that are happening right now, where your tech team are being poached from Canada, from America, from UK, and they are paying them $2,000. You know, so when you give them your job, they abandon your job and they are doing job for other people outside the country. You know, these are issues that we are going through, and I want to see, it's more like expressing our expectation that some of these issues will also get attention. Really, we need money to run the business. We want to be able to reduce our overhead. We want to be able to, know how to retain more of our staffs, and be able to move forward. I don't know whether I deviated too much.
No, you didn't deviate.
Thank you.
You didn't deviate. I think that's something that we have to look at. Sometimes people stay in a place not because of any other thing, but because of the culture or because of the leader. Because there are two things. It's either you do trade by barter or trade by bonding. Trade by bonding. Now, I can point to some people in this house that probably worked with me that I sacked, that are still here. So what I just need to do is, I need this, and they're there. I need that, and they're there. You know Osage. Osage, I recommended his sack when we were working together. Osage will have been here, if not that he came to Nigeria and everything. He will have paid and stayed there, and then he will have paid and he will have still been running around for me. Do you understand? So there's something called trade by bonding. Even if you're not working with me again, but there's something that bound us together, and it goes on and on. There's a technique to that. Probably we'll talk about that as we move on and everything. And then raising money, definitely. Sometimes you're going through a crisis and people are ready to take a cut. They're ready to take a cut. It depends on the culture. It depends on how it has been going. It depends on the communication. It depends on how trustworthy you are. I mean, as the CEO, it depends on how trustworthy. It depends on a whole lot of factors. Now, in Nigeria, we are battling with the societal culture, which is money-driven. Money-driven people, I want money now, I want this now, I want this now. It's something that is there. But amongst all those people, there's still one or two people who are not money-driven. And there's some people who are money-driven, they come into your organization, and after a while, they imbibe the culture with time. And then they're still money-driven, but the percentage has come down from 100 to like 80 or 75 or 65. But you know that you still have to balance it up so that this person can have their daily needs met, but at the same time, they can still sacrifice one or two things for you. Now, one of the guys that work with me is here. When we were interviewing him, he asked us a question. I was anonymous at the interview. I was just listening. It was on Zoom. He said, I noticed something. What question do you have for us? I said, I noticed something. I noticed that I checked all of you. I noticed that you guys have been working in this company for more than 5 years, some 4 years, some 9 years and everything. Why? What did you see? What is that thing bringing? And then you know what? That immediately I fell in love with the guy. My voice was not heard. My picture was not seen. I said, wow, who is this? Who is thinking like this? Who is talking like this? That's the first guy in my office that would never have a face-to-face with me that was employed. But he was able to pick out why are you guys staying so long here? Now, am I the best paying guy? I don't think so. I try my best. But my people know that, okay, when this thing is there, we spend it together. When this thing is not there, we spend it together. Let me give you a good example. Coming to Dubai, two of them were not given visa because they were called minors underage. They were not given visas. But oh yeah, they did that. When you are 35, you're a male, you take it. So, you know what we did? Once the news broke out, I just told them, you know what? Your ticket is still available. You can go to Rwanda, you can go to Ghana, you can go, because I know the kind of excitement that they had before that situation happened. And I needed to keep it. So, and I know we need more hands. So I said, get me females. They're not working with us, who have served, volunteered around us. Get me one that can support you. So they got one, she agreed. We applied for a visa. Guess what? Our visa came out with one of the people that was previously refused. Now, I've asked for the refund. I'm losing money. I got a new person. I'm paying. And then this guy got his visa. You're talking about how to raise money, eh? Okay, you were the one.
So first of all, we talked about how talents are now flying to everywhere. They are very difficult. So one of the things that we do wrong as brands is we concentrate. So when we do our PR, right, we concentrate on sales, brand positioning for, of course, market share and all of those. But big brands also position themselves such that the best talent in the industry want to work with them. Actually, that's an Harvard model.
Oh, yeah.
Big brand, they run a proper campaign to position themselves that, look, if these people are thinking about working in a real estate company, the biggest talent, the brightest talents come to us. I'll tell you, before, would want to poach someone, and I'll say, look, what do you earn in this place? Say, oh, 250. Okay, I'll give you 400. Come work. The guy will say, I'll think about it. Probably sometimes, most of the time, it wouldn't even come. But look, right now, I've seen people would come to me to say, look, I want to work for you. I've worked for, the last one was Oak Homes or something. I want to work for you. I'm like, look, we don't need this, but if you're willing to work, we'll pay you even lesser. But this guy wants to work for the brand, or probably won't even work directly with me. So maybe we've positioned ourselves like that, maybe we've not, but there's something that now attracts the, So I want you to know that it's intentional that you position your brand in a space that the brightest and the biggest talent now find it attractive to work for you, to choose you over 2 or 3 other, because, to take the brightest talent in the industry is like competition. So they have to be able to choose you first. Secondly, you talked about trading.
So, London, that means your brand must be exciting. You must be able to brag with your brand.
So we run this PR for different costs. Sometimes.
The challenge is the people poaching them are not even within your environment.
No, you talked about the tech. You said about the tech. I think that one is just because of the dollar. Of course, they pay them $2,000 when they convert it to naira. It's way bigger than your money. So that one is sometimes really normal. I'm just saying that.
And then also, sorry, Nola, we're having the turnover rate for that industry is very high. Very high. So you need to know also the kind of generation that is going there. Even if some generation can turn down even your big money. And their parents are hungry at home, but they just turn it down.
Yeah.
Because that's who they are. The generation Z, Y and Z. I don't even know where I belong now. But anyway, that's the way they think. So you need to also consider that and then manage them based on that characteristics.
Yeah,
because that's
so
fair.
I was reading Ike Imokede's book about how the brightest people in banking have gone through Access Bank or have been trained by. They have a proper school, Access Bank. I think it's one of the things that we don't have in Access School of Banking, So what they do, they know that, look, these people will poach this talent from us, but we must maintain this standard. This is how we want to work. First of all, I think before you qualify, you have to have like first class or 2-1 in university. 2-1 and first class, that's the minimum. And then you get into that school, you are being paid actually. You are being paid, I think, 3 months or 6 months, and then they choose the best to work. They always train them continuously. It's like running a school for a bank, right? So most of it was bragging about, it was saying, look, the best bankers, some of the best bankers have passed through Access Bank. And I think this is another solution that we've not looked. It's expensive, it's an expensive model. You find people like KPMG, PwC, they are always training. In fact, when you poach people from PwC, you find out that they've done so much training for their staff. But people like Deloitte do not train a lot. What they do is they look at the brightest, in the industry, and they are ready to pay anything that they want to pay, and they poach it. They poach them, and they work for them. So it's 2 ways. Is it that you spend continuously on educating these people, knowing that people are going to poach them anyway, but you are willing to, do that money, waste that money. I don't want to call it waste. Or you wait.
Invest.
Yeah?
Invest the money.
Invest. Or you just wait and say, you know what, let them get the experience, let them get the, I'll push them, they work for me, we get the results, and then after a while, I'll let them go. I think it's a model that we should consider as business owners. So
I think we can also look at both. Because the Access Bank story, in as much as he wrote it in his book, but I have reliable information that sometimes there was a time GTB sacked a lot of people based on performance, and Access Bank absolved them.
So I think
no, don't worry, I'm not going into it. I'm just trying to tell you that sometimes you need to look at it. You mentioned something about the fact that let them get the experiences, and then you can now look at it. You come with me.
Great.
Because
Yeah.
diverse
So
factors.
to just because Hubert and I would take anybody from GT Bank because look, this is where they grew their career, and then of course they were modeling the bank just to be like GT. So I'll say that maybe that's the reason. I mean, I have some brands that I'm modeling my brand to be like as well.
So you can poach their people.
So I mean, I want to poach anything that comes from there, you know. So talking about the raising of finance, right? I think that if I'm allowed to talk, before now, I used to have a lot of problem raising money as well.
You need to have.
I used to
Okay.
have a lot of problem raising money for projects, you know.
We're talking money now. We're talking money now.
But then, to be honest, when I need money for projects, I get it, you know. So I think that first of all, we do not spend a lot of money on CFOs. You know, we want to be our own CFOs, our own chief marketing. So even I was in one MD of one bank's office one time, you know, this Elias Globus Bank. After he left Zenith as a treasurer, and then Hubert started Access, right? He was richer than Hubert and I, but it was their, it was ED, they made him ED, he was treasurer. He was richer than them. In fact, he was so rich that in MCC, you know, when people are preaching credits that they want to take, you know, most of the inflow that they are relying on was coming from the guy, or the guy's company. What I'm saying is, when you want to work with a CFO, you should not work with a CFO should be someone that has raised, the person might even be richer than you. The person that actually leads raising of my funds right now, I think, I'm not sure, but I think he has more money than me. That's it. It's experience. I didn't even know that we could raise money from the capital market. Do you know that your project, 20 billion naira project, is little change in the capital market? Because they really actually want projects like that. Pension funds, people are sitting on trillions of naira. Sitting on trillions of naira. If you have a project, for example, if I'm going to jump on your project now, I would not take it to the bank because bank will not take risk with your project. It has to be a syndicate of bank. They have to come together. This one, which is a lot of work, right? So if I'm going to jump on your project, I'll go to, so when I go to capital houses, I tell them what I want. I want to raise money from capital market. So I'll rate your company, I'll rate that product. Set license, was what I was telling you. So if I rate your company and I rate your project, and you give that instrument even to your marketers to go and sell, the same way that you sell them, is SEC license, is backed up, is already, you're already complying. It's not just putting billboard in somewhere and saying people give. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, first of all, when you're rated, Data Pro, Augusto, GSC are licensed. They are SEC licensed. They check your books, they check. Guess what? Your books can be parted. Please don't put this on.
Don't worry. Anything that happens here stays here. It's not going to go on.
So,
I promise you that.
Even when you go to the bank and you tell them that I have a project and this.
Except the one that Simon is recording.
They know that look, in Nigeria, most books are parted. Yes, so you have some book, audited account for the tax people. You have the real one that tells you the actual nature of your, and then you have one for investors. The bankers will even tell you, didn't you know this? The bankers will even tell you, go and make this auditor to prepare the book that will accept. Do you understand? So, when you even go to PwC is just a brand that when they sign on your document, people respect it. But guess what? You tell them what to put because you give them the information. Do you understand? So, if I want to jump on your project, I rate your project. I rate your company. If I want to make it very fast, I go for commercial papers, which is like 270 days. It might be unsecured. Unsecured is if there is no bank guarantee. Guess what? You're into real estate. It can be asset-backed security. You can back it with your asset. So if you back it with your asset, you give a trustee, you take that instrument, you already have people that can sell for you. They take the instrument to the market and raise money for you. If they don't, the reason why I don't confuse my own people with, because I am taking that money to do a project. I don't want you to sell a security, an instrument, and sell that project again. So they're selling the project, no problem. I'll give it. So right now I'm working with Ever Capital to raise some money, and it's very, very easy. A lot of companies have money. When we got the rating, I got my own secured. I got the bank guarantee. You know, the first company that gave us money was Flutterwave. Very easy. 270 days at 12%, way cheaper than bank money. But because Flutterwave was as soon as Flutterwave gave us money, Paystar gave us money, Patricia gave us money, Linkage Assurance gave us money, Keystone that gave us the bank guarantee gave us money. They want to be part of the project. And it's a unique project. And it's secure. Do you understand? So I think first of all about fundraising is the mindset. So people look for money to Mauritius too. I'm like, what are you doing? There's so much money in Nigeria.
It's a pleasure being here, and I want to use this opportunity to also appreciate Wisdom Ezeki and the Pertinence Group for connecting us to this think tank network. Thank you.
He has been asking for commission.
So,
I'll think about it.
It's okay. So it's a good thing, and some faces are here. We have come in the last 1 year because this is the peak of it, and we are, as an organization, have been looking forward to this meeting. So we are here, and sharing information, sharing knowledge has been wonderful. So I'm putting it back to you and us. What do I mean? We learn something from you, the people you know, Abi, and the network give you access. So I think as a group, we should be more functional and creative in supporting one another by opening up ourselves. Because Nola was speaking now, having ideas of things. I think it's something that can, we have a lot of real estate people here, so it's something that the think tank can create a mini session to begin to discuss how do you raise funds, because the market is really wide. What have you done that is making it to be successful? Why don't you do it? Oh, where have you failed? And once we have those kind of ideas coming up, it helps us to all rise faster and achieve our goals better. Because if you need, like the man that needs 20 billion, if you can get, Nola, I need 5 there. Dotun, I need 2 there. Before you know, we raise the money on this platform and we achieve what we need to achieve, and it makes every one of us better. Awesome. So I think we should continue to think in that direction, but it all requires trust. I was sharing with some people today. I said, okay, we have met close to a year now. Was it Victor also? I said, okay, the more we connect, the more we meet, the more you'll be more comfortable with one another. So please, I want to encourage every one of us that are here. Let's continue to work together, know more of ourselves, and do business ourselves. We were in Ibadan, and I used this opportunity to also greet Peter. Himself and the wife, we just said we're in town, and before you knew it, they came with a basket of fruit. They made the stay very comfortable in the few hours we met. We have not done any business together. So I think, sir, you are the think tank coordinator. Coordinators, thank God for the Martins you brought, the different people, professionals that will be coming to speak, and what have you. But among us here on this table, let's work together to see. So the last thing I want to say, sorry, sir, please.
No,
a think tank has expanded our thinking. For those of you who do not know, we're into electricity. And I remember when we started contracting, raising, stretch our mind, raising money initially was challenging. You need a project of 10 million, you call this one, Mr. Wisdom, I need 5M there. I need 2M here. It was challenging. But by the time we entered into the season of 300 million, I went somewhere in Abuja and I met Imala. He said, if you need 1 billion now, I can give to you. But this 1 billion, your figures cannot give me the interest I require. I advise you, go to a commercial bank. You understand? So by the time we are getting contract of over 1 billion to execute, going to the commercial bank was the way out, but it also requires people to support you because we do not have the kind of security that will give you. The bank is ready to give you the money, but you have the security. But it is a network that we also were connected to. Oh, I have my property to give. This person has property. No, I met somebody. Said, no, I don't have money to give to you, but I need a banker. Introduce us a banker that was positive enough. So, okay, if you don't have the property, can you get somebody that have a collateral that can raise that? And before you know it, the money was easy. Raising close to half a billion was much easier. I think it's what's it called? Okay, you are hearing, we told you we got the money, but you're hearing the story now. It was easier because somebody introduced you to someone, somebody was able to put the property down that can trust you, that you will deliver in no time, and they have their property back. It's all part of network. So what am I saying in essence? Let's support one another to make this journey faster, to make this journey better, and that's the essence. So the ideas that Nola was talking about are fantastic ideas. It can sit with some people. But some other people have those ideas, but they don't know who to meet. Are you getting it? Nobody is there to connect them. If wisdom was not gracious enough to say, come, this is where you are going. Do what you can know. How many dollars? Join this think tank. I bet you it will. Are you getting the point? But when we started, it was, at least you know how many times we paid. Abi? It wasn't easy, but it was a stretch. But now I'm talking the figures now. I'm getting more comfortable. Are you getting the point? I'm saying it here now, we are not, because we know that there are people who are also stretching us. So what I'm just saying, whatever process level stage we are, we're all growing together. So that by the time we connect among ourselves, we should be comfortable that there's a common factor that is bringing all of us together. Let's achieve. So that when we have a project of 50 billion tomorrow with federal government, I can be, how do we raise this money? Awesome. And everybody has, with some Ezekiel, Timothy, and you all with Dotun, we just find a way to do that, and all of us will get better. So I'm happy being here. And for those of you, my final talk, those of you are into electricity, we can save you money by the grace of God.
Why into real estate?
Into real estate. We're into electricity nationwide. We can play anywhere in Nigeria. The major CEO in the distribution company are on my phone. I can talk with them. We may be new here, but we are not new in the sector with over 25 years. Are you got the point? We may be new, but we are not new in the sector. So please, let's work together to save you money. We can save you money. We can save you money.
Thank you.
Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know, when we call him the apostle of light, when he was talking and everything, you see, many of us don't know what the think tank is all about. If you think it's all about this program or just coming together and having a one-off for 2 days, you've greatly missed it. Ezekiel, Wisdom, and then Clement will tell you that it's much more than that. It's much more, because it's more about our network being made available. But one of the things is that if you do not talk, if you do not ask us some questions, you will not get it. Sometimes I'm with some people in the room, in the hotel room, like 1 or 2 days, and the kind of thing that comes out of our brain, we're both surprised. And network, there's a program that we're putting up together. It's called FLEAP. FLEAP is the Founder Leadership Intelligence Program. Now, it's so huge, or huge, like Nigerians would say, that the people who are facilitators are taking it personal. They are so taking it personal that even there's another dimension to it that is even opening up a lot of things. For instance, now, there's some places that most of us, those of us who are in real estate in Lagos, there's some places that you want to operate in. That's what I mean, you want to operate in that place. Now, I have access to 2 of those kings in that place right now who are longing for a discussion. So, that's what think tank is all about: connection, networking, making some things easy for you to be able to access. I may not bring you and Nola together and say, no, Nola, do business with this, or Wisdom, do business with that. But I'll put you in the same room, and I'll teach you what to say, how to connect. Now it's not left to you. So now when you now see me, and probably we now sit down together, we can now say, okay, this is the strategy, this is what you can do, that's how you can go about it and everything. But right now, it may not be the time for you to say, you know what, do business with that person, because we just started anyway. And at the same time, you don't want to get your fingers burnt. But look, anybody who knows me, they will tell you, Nii will put his name to defend you. Nii will put his name, he will put his brand, everything. I don't shy away from Christ. People tell me, what if this person gets into problem? I say, no, we're in problem together. Because that's brotherhood. I would not say, oh, this is going to be a crisis. You look, I've envisaged everybody in think tank. I have, there's something we're supposed to do here. It's called scenario planning. Scenario planning. It's called STEEP. If time permits, we'll break into group and we'll look at it. I play the worst case scenario, and I picture myself there. And I picture how that thing will affect my brand. And I picture how I would not just save my brand, but save the situation. Because whether you like it or not, every success of anybody who is a member of think tank strengthens my brand. That's what is selling think tank. Not because we can speak good English, not because we know how to train, not because we're going to share something with you here that you've never heard before, but your result strengthens us. But some people are in think tank that don't even call. I'm the one chasing them before. I say, why? Call. Sometimes, for some of us, I am an unseen member of their board. Some people even come and say, this is our plan for the year. We sit down, we talk, and one thing about me is that I don't even play the agenda in my mind. I try not to. Because when you play an agenda in your mind, you already have a direction that you want them to go. But when you don't play your agenda in the mind, you just allow the free flow. For me, I think it's a gift from God. It's a gift. I don't know what to say. I don't know what, I've not thought about it. Let's just keep talking. As we're talking, we'll go through a direction that you and I did not even plan. So those are the things that everything that you mentioned is here. But just like you go to court, I want you to tell Kayode, Judge, tell Kayode that I'm not owing, Kayode is owing me money. And you not Judge, tell Kayode that Kayode is owing me money and that he should pay me. If what you are seeking is that Kayode is owing me money, and then you win the case, the judge will say, now it is established, Kayode, you are owing Niyi money. But there's no judgment that you should pay him his money because it's not part of your prayers. So, sometimes whatever you ask, you get. Those of us who are members, well, nobody's a member again anyway. After now, we end today. Everybody who has subscription has closed, and then subscription reopens when we get to the yacht. And it just goes on like that. Ask, get involved. I want to be part of whatever you do building. That's my success story. I want to be part of it. Good. Don't worry. It's left for you now. I think Nola can hear your voice. Wisdom is your man. So let him show you how he's raising his 20 billion. Because he won't tell you, he didn't tell us that he has raised the 20 billion, but we know he has raised the 20 billion. And please, like I said, there's some people also here who are doing big numbers. And sometimes it's not even about what they do, it's about who they know that can help you cut down on your expenses. And then that also is also increasing your profit. We're good. So, Dotun, who has the mic?
Thank you for bringing us together to a room where deep secrets are shared like this.
Secrets are shared, not deep yet. They have not gone deep.
Well, it depends on how you're hearing them. Yeah, if you're hoping that somebody will hold your hand and it's not going to happen. So you just get a bit of it and work the rest. And then what I've just heard from Nola and Wisdom is just buttresses the fact that it's the right way to go. And I just want to share my own personal story, what happened if you're looking for a case study of why you should listen to what you've said, I think that's just me. Yeah. And one thing I want to say is that if you don't ultimately you end up doing what they just said now. You still have to get your accounting right, are professional in your finance, get the right funding for your business, because the cost of funding is very crucial. In 2018, towards the end of 2018, myself and two friends, we partnered and we started a company, an agri-tech company, and we went to the crowd. And we raised billions. And the beautiful thing was that the business was compartmentalized, meaning that there was clear real estate is real estate, the agri-tech is agri-tech. That was really saving, because when the tsunami came, it was like a tsunami. like you can't sleep. And a whole lot, you had to pay investor back. And at some point, the business was in debt of over 3 billion naira. I think you know this thing. And at the end of the day, the right funding is what the business is now doing. CBN funding, we're now going after CBN funding, 12% digit funding, now to get your finance right, do the right audit. Some of the things that, sometimes what comes with some of this funding is that it comes easy. And there's this mirage in your head that makes you look like you're intelligent or you are the smartest because the money, people are just giving the money to you. Hey, when they come and ask for that money, if your revenue profile is not higher than the debt profile, it's going to be a very big problem. And that was exactly what happened. And the business had to start working itself out of that debt phase. Still in debt, but it's a process. And the feeling was bad. The only thing that kept, at some point I had to withdraw from the business because I have corporate responsibility to the real estate side of the business, so I had to, on the paper, separate myself so that whatever crystallizes, the other side of the business can still stand on its own. But at the end of the day, you see that the right thing now has to be done. I had to hire a CFO, get your books right. The only thing that saved the company, or I would say buffer, or created an absorber, was the fact that bulk of the money was invested in the business. There were a lot of assets. I remember a time I drove an agenda that we should buy land. We bought thousands of hectares of land across the corridor of Alama Laonimeko. When there was a lot of investors to pay, we had to raise some I had to bring in my real estate skills. We had to do some farm park sales, selling of land at acres, just to raise a lot of money to pay back some investors. And there were a lot of assets. There was set up a processing plant. So some of those things kept the business going. So when we started applying for CBN funding, and we could leverage those assets, and of course the cash flow over the years was also very important to now begin to source fundings that are cheap from, like Mr. Wisdom said, from institutions that will not go on social media. And you now begin to realize that there's a lot of money allocated. I know he talks so much about real estate and now, but in other sectors, there's so much money allocated that some of us don't even know that CBN sometimes have allocated some funding for some businesses, and Agric is one of them. You now realize that banks are even mandated to give those money out to farmers and people, and we begin to realize that even these northerners, they know this thing better than us in this place. Some of them will take, when we are taking 2 billion, they are taking 10 billion. And they will not pay back. They will say there's Fulani herdsmen entered their farm and destroyed everything. And they'll give them moratorium again, extend it, and realize there's a lot of easy funds that can be attracted for the business. And what I said about if you don't do the right thing, you now come back to start doing the right thing. And that's where we are at the moment. Yeah, in the real estate part of the business, it still involves, let me just wrap up by saying that to now begin to attract this kind of right funding, it's not that. I've had, the first time I sat in a bank to talk about funding for the real estate business, I entered casually. I didn't know that when you're going to talk to your bank manager about loan, you need to prepare. I just entered casually and they started asking, I just realized I had 3 people in front of me and they were asking questions and I was answering. And even me, I feel like what I'm saying is nonsense. Even me, it wasn't making sense to me. So I know definitely it wasn't making sense to the people listening to me. What I'm trying to say is that you have to start now to start positioning your business. There's global acceptable standard there are practices, standard practices that you must begin to adopt, or else you're not going to attract those funding. As easy as it may sound, if you don't begin to put your house in order, your structure, your finance, your records, do you do audit, do you file return, are you compliant with all those things, you will not be able. So it's better you start now, because like I said, it takes a while, especially when you have gone the other way. It will take a while to get because you can't doctor these things. You have to make it right before you now begin to talk about the right way. So I just wanted to contribute that. Thank you.
One of the things that you need to also realize is that, in as much as most of the things that we've been hearing are sweet things. We raised money, we raised this, we raised that, we raised that, we raised this, we raised that. Nobody
amongst them are sharing the emotional burden and the stress that they go through. Because even the banking, as much as the money is good, the kind of harassment that could come from them sometimes can give them sleepless nights. So, in as much as you have relationships that can help you raise money, you need to also have relationships that say, man, worry for Conrad about it. In other words, calm down, we are here. That is also a balance that we also need to look at. You need people who can tell you, it's not going to be over. I mean, I remember, okay, you guys, some of us met him, Richard, Lekki Gardens, when he had his, the crisis. You know what it means? I mean, I could see his face lit up when I visited him in Panti. Sat down with him, and then introduced me to the guy who was in charge of his IP and the IP, this and that. I mean, I was loading the guy. I said, I'm going to send credit to you. Make me take care of my man. Not that I couldn't take care of himself, but you know what? I mean, such a visit sometimes goes a very long way. That's why before you hear him speak on platforms, it's very hard. But because of the change in dates that we had, it scattered his schedule. You know what's telling us that he will meet us in Dubai. He will meet us in Dubai, but he couldn't because the dates really scattered everything. But that on its own is something also you need to also connect, because it's not just about somebody who will give you money, somebody will also be there with you. We are not praying that it will turn bad. We're not praying it will turn bad. I mean, in Jesus' name, it will not turn bad. At the same time, you need somebody who's got your back, who will strengthen you. Because when you faint in the days of adversity, your strength is small. But who are the people who supply the strength? Who are the people who supply that balance? Who are the people who make you sane when everything is let loose? There's a time like that when my heart is overwhelmed. Lead me to that rock that is higher than that. Who can take you there? Who can stand with you there? Because it's not always rosy, like they said. I know. Not that I've been there, but I know. It's not always rosy for me to that. Sometimes 2 days you are in the house, you are depressed. You're not even doing anything, not eating, not even having your bath and everything. You're just in the room there, you're wondering. So there's some people that you want to put a call to. There's some people that will rush there and be there for you. We need to know that. Every businessman. That's why some businessmen will have, people praying for them on the mat. They have pastors. They have all those things. It's very important. Somebody once said when you want to get across to an HNI, you can get across to him through 3 means. Number 1, through his lawyer. Number 2, through his doctor. And number 3, through his spiritual partner or spiritual leader, either his pastor or his imam. You can always get across to them because they know the importance of all those things. So please, before we get carried away with every good, beautiful thing that we heard, the rich also cry.
See, I just want to appreciate Niyi Adesanya. We've been friends for over 20-something years, almost 30 years. And I must say to you in the presence of this witness that your life has not only improved my life, my association with you has really lifted me beyond my own imagination. My personal relationship with you.
Is our Lauria B.
And that is why sometimes when I call you, you know, we do a lot of banters. That's not a problem. But all the same, you know whom honor should be given to. I thank God for your life. I thank God for your life. All right, we'll see more of that later. I want to please say this. Who among us there is not from Nigeria? If you are not from Nigeria, I just want to say.
No. I mean,
well, are we all Nigerians?
No. Do business.
Do we all come from Nigeria? Are we Nigerians?
Well, we're Nigerians.
We're all Nigerians. Okay, fine. The reason why I ask is this. Some of the things you are discussing now, to be honest with you, are answers to the prayers we've been praying about Nigeria. And I just want to call your attention to it. I hope you people know that you are bundles of Nigerian solution
or bundles of solutions to Nigerian problems. Some of you will not understand the quality here until you live outside Nigeria. You see, what we hear about Western world, I live in the UK. I do business in the UK. And I've been in the UK now for 17 years. Each time I see you here, I say it with all of my heart. Nigeria is one of the blessed countries on the face of the planet. I'm telling you the truth. Because you see, what you know, and an average Englishman does not know 1%. What you do.
But we also, in Nigeria, we are 1% too.
So the one, forget about everybody in Nigeria. I'm talking about us here. I'm talking about, based on what I've heard, I was part of this meeting 2 years ago, and I know what I'm talking about. Now, the reason why I'm going through this is so that there's something I want to give you to do. It's an assignment. And I don't know, maybe God is speaking through me. Okay, for your information also, I'm also a minister of the gospel. So maybe God is speaking through me to you. Especially, my brother, the reason why I stood up, because when I was coming, I've told myself that I've just come and learn and sit down and hear you, because you guys are blessed. But when you are speaking, you, sir, sorry for pointing to you. It was when you are speaking that message come, and I want to address it to everybody. You see, everything you know now, please, sir, and my brother, sir, there's another brother, that man that's, you see, everything you know now, you have an assignment from God to put those things together to help the next generation coming, to turn the situation of Nigeria for better. Don't limit it to you eat and you go. The difference between us in Africa and Western world, why we are all running back there now to go and live there, is because some people are like us here 50 years ago, and they did something. You are talking about document, that if you want to rent a house in London, you write document, or in England or whatever. Let me tell you a funny story. I'm into property also, but not the volumes you control in Nigeria. You guys are fantastic. We can't even compete with you.
Yeah.
Yet, okay. I was renovating a block of building, like about 4 flat and one big shop. And I gather everything there. Part of the project is for me to clear everything and renew everything. So I hire a very big truck to move everything there to a dump site. And when we got to the dump site, I went with a colleague of mine. We were meant to be partners. So he was driving when we entered the dump site. And I was behind the truck. And so we were meant to drop the furniture somewhere, drop the fridge somewhere, drop the electronics somewhere. And I was telling him, come. I was behind the truck. You know, as we do things in Nigeria now, I was telling him, just come. Thank you very much. And the guy there in charge of the dump site said to me, hey, what's wrong with you guys? Wait. And he said, I should come down. I said, why? He said, look at your time. It's 20 minutes to 4. My closing time is 4 o'clock. Please pay attention to this. And I'm saying this based on the illustration you gave. He said my closing time is 4 o'clock. So I have only 20 minutes to close and go home. He said, if anything happened to you, based on the fact that you are hanging on the truck, he said, I can bet you I will not leave here 8 o'clock. Why? I have to go and sit down. Even if you just fall off that truck, I have to go and fill document, what happened, how you came in, why I didn't do what I was supposed to do, why I didn't. He said, so that will take me another 4 hours. And I said, I don't have that time. He didn't ask me to stop because of me. I don't know if I'm communicating at all. It's not because he loved me that
he doesn't want me to fall off the truck. He called me because there is a document that he doesn't want to go through that process. And he said, no, please, just stop there, drop anything. So the point I'm trying to raise is, I believe God has put you people together for a time like this. To please, don't let us just come and go. Let's put whatever you can put, even if it's a process, let's start. If you can influence the politics of Nigeria, if you can just go into I'm not saying you should go and become a governor, but I'm saying if you can put all these things, in putting laws and policies together so that raising money won't be a problem. For example, let me tell you now, if in England, if I need money, I don't have problem. Except you don't have idea, or you don't. All you need to do if you want to do the kind of business you are doing here in Nigeria and UK is to build your credit rating. That's all you need. Once your credit rating is good, even if I need £1 million, I'll get it. I don't need Godfather. I've taken money before on the phone. I didn't appear before anybody. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't. But the person at the other side of the phone, all he will need is your name, and as I'm giving him your name and your date of birth, he knows you already without seeing you. That is what I'm saying. Can we please make use of all these things that you have experienced, put it together to please help the next generation and influence the process of things in Nigeria. God bless you.
So let us quickly do this and then we'll call it a day today. I'm not going to teach because I guess we'll still come back tomorrow morning and then I'll try and touch on a few things. But this is what I wanted to do. This will get us even thinking. It's called the STP scenario analysis, where we look at different areas, and then this is what we do. If I have your attention, please. What we do is to look at the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario. And then those of us who have done different programs, we know this. Worst case scenario, for instance, if you look at the social angle and every environment, what if now, emphasis on if. Capital letter underlined. What if there's a civil war in Nigeria? What if? So you look at the worst case scenario. And then you look at what could happen based on this worst case scenario. And then based on this worst case scenario, also the group also will now come up with the solutions to this worst case scenario. What that does for us is that it prepares us for any eventualities. And then we'll come back and then we'll share this. I think 2 years ago, we did it. And then we did it for the business guy, we did it for the pastors. And for the business guy, that was when we knew that somebody told us that dollars was going to go up. You remember? And they were telling everybody, whatever amount you have, go and convert it. And then we came back from, COVID, we never knew. We knew they were going to lock down, but we didn't know it was still going to be that long. But it came, and then boom, we had to do that. So it gives us a better reactional, or being proactive, not even reactional now. So we just look at those areas, and we pick it table by table. For instance, we mentioned something that you promised that you would deliver a 20 million building, and then inflation came up, and then caught up with you. Dollars, building materials, dollars came in to the situation, and then skyrocketed your cost. That's the scenario. What could be the possible solutions to that? So we pick from people. So when we make all those presentations, we may be making it on the yacht. We may, and it could be tomorrow morning. Why I will have loved it to be on the yacht will be that when we even go on for Expo, there's a way Expo can also supply you some new ideas. And that thing we discussed in class. So, if you look at this Pakistani pavilion, look at what they're doing. This could be a solution. Or we go, because they told me I should go to the Pakistani pavilion. That's the best pavilion in Expo. And then we should go to Saudi Arabia. No, somebody said, have you been to Expo? They want it? Yeah. Oh, okay. Ah. So they said Pakistan, Saudi, and UAE, that we should not miss that. And they said we should go to the Nigerian one too. Yeah.
They said we should go to the Israeli. They said we should go to Nigeria because you will get angry. You get angry now. What is this? So that tells you the level of perception that the people even have about the brand and the color of the passport that we hold. So, you know, sometimes when you have a Nigerian passport, sometimes you know that you are disadvantaged. So you know that your thinking and your contribution must be high up there. So are you ready, guys? So, and one other thing I need to mention here, we need to be careful around here. Something happened yesterday, although we're taking it up officially. Thank God that it was videoed. It was recorded. I mean, some of our guys were taking pictures and videos while they were at the lobby there. And a lady passed them. I mean, somebody was taking pictures, walking, didn't touch her at all. Video. And then the lady just came, a Filipino hit him, boom, and said, shouted, "You eat my bum bum." Seriously. And then the argument where I didn't touch you, I touched you, I didn't touch you, I touched you. But even the guy that was accused didn't even know that it was being recorded. So it was Peacemaker that recorded it. I said, "We didn't touch you, this is the video now." And he said, that's what they normally do. That they just accuse you, and they call the police, and you have to pay. But thank God we recorded, but they also have CCTV. But we're taking it official. We're taking it official. I already told them that it must be official because I have 50 men in this hotel. I need to protect all of them. So they must document it. They must find the woman. They must find the security man. He must give the statement because we need that. That even if we go to Expo and we are the one who now hit a bomb bomb. Do you understand? We are the one who now hit a bomb bomb. We say, no, we didn't hit. If they accuse us and there's no camera there, say, that was how they accused us at the hotel, and this I approve because we made it official. So, and also, be careful, guys. Put your hands in your pocket. Put your hands in your pocket. I mean, just imagine if there was no recording. Just imagine if there was no CCTV. We'll be talking about something else here. It will be your word against mine. But you know how it goes now. The lady is always right. The lady is always right. But God is with us.
Sir, I just want to share one.
It happened to you?
Yes, sir.
Right here?
The day we came with Margaret at the airport, we have to be very careful, especially in this Dubai. There are a lot of fraudulent guys that are here. The day we came back, one guy approached us at the airport, me and my wife. Lovely guy, the way the guy was talking, very interesting. I don't even know. I know your country, Nigeria, I've been to Ikoya. You started mentioning different locations. I said, fantastic, you must have been in Nigeria for so long. And we started talking. He said, you know what? I want you to attend this event.
Okay.
You know Expo? I said, yeah, I know Expo. In fact, I want you to attend this event. We are doing it tomorrow. It's a must you have to do. You have to attend it. In fact, we are going to make, you don't eat when you're coming. Don't eat. Don't bring any money when you're coming. This event is so wonderful. You have to attend. Have you visited Burj Khalifa before? I said, no. You would like to visit? I said, yes.
He knows you are visiting for the first time.
Doors up like mad. And the next morning, me and my wife, we carried back and we went to the place. I told my wife, you see, anything that looks sweet like this, there is always something behind. But let's just go and see what is happening. So we go with the intention of something is about to happen. So when we got there, we met a lot of crowd sitting down. So they target people from the airport. And later, I was just telling them, I need to go, I want to go, time is going. They say, hold on, my friend, you cannot wait, you can go or you wait. I said, I will see what is happening there. After we discussed, the guy asked us to come inside, we went inside. He started showing us Burj Khalifa, show every interesting things. That a video, show everything. In fact, they said that it took us to, it's not only us, the crowd were sitting. It's like this wall, like this, they were using floor. It took us to a studio that we should come and see the development happening. So lovely. To cut the long story short, me, I was eager to know the last thing that one thing. But my wife too was so at alert. So it got to a level, me, I was getting interested. My wife was like, no, let's think about it before you So at the end, the guy said the offer is today.
Today, not tomorrow.
Then you are going to lose out of it. When I calculate the dollars.
But it could be sales, though. No, it could be sales. You see, there's some people.
It's sales, but we have to be careful.
Yeah, definitely.
Most of those things, when you end up buying, you just buy out of impulse or they push you to buy.
Let me explain. So I now discovered that he now said we should come and become a member of something, then we'll be able to book hotel.
No, all these things.
He now said, when I calculated the money, the total money was 22 million plus. 22 million. And the guy is saying that the offer is today.
Yeah,
if we can pay 9.1 million naira today, because I said today. So, he said 9.1 million.
Anyway, okay.
2 years ago, I bought a market and I paid on the spot too. Let me explain why I paid on the spot. I already did my findings about which of them is reliable and that I will get the best of benefits, right? And that's why I did it. If you think you have marketers in Nigeria, come here. They will make you buy things like now. Because what they do is, they know, especially if you're new, you just came in, they have all, if you say you don't want this, they will bring this. If you say you don't want that, they will bring that. Just ensure that before you buy anything, do your findings first. That's all. I paid for it because I already did a little research.
Actually, me, I have a property, 9.1. Sorry, my own is 8.1. I have to pay before you leave here. Okay. Now, let me ask, because this is very important for us. Try with that. Leasing company. CBN. Okay. Okay, good. Just to get your attention. Do we want to do this? Not now. At least let us even look at it, divide ourselves, because that's what think tank is all about. If I can pick your brain in a very orderly manner. You know, we're throwing a lot of things around here, but the structure is now there, is now focused, and then we'll come up with a lot of juicy things. But the question would now also be that would we have enough time to be able to tackle this thing even tomorrow, because we just have only tomorrow. And I'm going to tell you guys to go sleep and then come back in the night. I don't think you'll come back. Especially some of the people who just came back today, you just came into town today. It's not going to happen. Some people, they've done Indian race. They started with us. They went. They didn't have lunch. And then they are coming back. And then when they came back, they said they made a deposit of 9.1 million naira 2 years ago. I'm not mentioning it at all. I'm not mentioning it at all. What do you guys feel? You said? You guys are tired.
Can we do like a session tomorrow on it? Because the thing is, once we live here now, there are many people who have different plans.
So, like, I have different plans. I don't know who has different plans. Something like that. But it's okay. Okay, what we can do, but let me say this. We'll do like an hour tomorrow. Good, that's nice. Let me say this. Tomorrow is not going to be like today. Sahana has a time between 11 and 12 to do whatever she wants to do. You can see Martin. If it was Nigeria right now, they would have given us an extra time. Let me finish my slide. But they were telling us, no, you guys have to pay another thing. I mean, they practically, he wanted to do. But I think they practically yanked him off from us. That this is what we have agreed. We signed the contract. Actually, we paid, we sent money. The money did not drop. We had to send another money. Straight. I mean, Naira and everything, so that they can get them here because we don't even want to violate the contract. So if she's coming at 11, she has to speak for 11. And then we're ending for 12, and then by 12, we're going for Expo. I was told that even if you have used your ticket in Expo, it's like a multiple entry ticket. So, multiple entry. So if you did not fly Emirates, or no, you can't fly Etihad. If you did not fly Emirates, and you did not fly Etihad, that means we have to let us know so that we can buy you an Expo ticket for tomorrow. For those of us who didn't fly. Okay, 50. Why are you saying this? 50 is expensive in Nigeria. Convert it. But if you didn't fly Emirates and Etihad, then we have to get your ticket for you. So tomorrow, immediately, Sienna is done. I'm just trying to roll out the agenda for tomorrow. Sienna is done tomorrow. By between 12 and 1, we'll have our lunch. And then 1, the bosses will be waiting for us straight to the Expo. Normally, they will advise us to spend the whole day in the Expo for us to get the best, but we don't have a whole day. Vaccine card or a COVID test. I think they can do it somewhere in this hotel, but we will not be paying for that. You would have to bear the COVID test cost. But vaccine and everything, don't worry, we'll give you all the details. I think we're communicating with you guys on the phone. We'll give you all the details. So we'll do the Expo, and then from the Expo, I expect that we'll spend like 4 or 5 hours in the Expo so that we can get the best out of it. I'm trying to see people who've been there who can tell us where in particular to go. Because if you don't have the whole day, you have about 4 or 5 hours to do it. You have to go to where is important. Like we know about Saudi now, we know about UAE, I know you've been there. We know about UAE, we know about Pakistani, and then we know about Nigeria. Yeah, we have to how can you come to Expo and they tell you that you didn't come to Nigeria, and then you are saying, no, you want to say, no, that would be very unpatriotic of us. We have to go to Nigeria. Actually, we start with Nigeria, don't end with Nigeria.
Okay, I love the contribution over there. Our Lagos brothers, we are all brothers in business in Nigeria, and I think we're going to do a lot. So, like Pastor have said, we hope to change the country and make Nigeria better. So I appreciate every one of us. I'm into construction, I'm not into real estate. So those of you that are into real estate, you can patronize me, my company and all those stuff. So we do a whole lot of work in Abuja. And like I would say to Lagosians, we have a building code. The young man here argued some stuff, and I believe in. There's a building code. And those of us in Abuja, we are very, very meticulous in following it. You don't expect me to build a house or construct a road and you see failure in it. So call us to Lagos, we're coming, and we can do your works for you. So thank you.
Thank you. Who again, first timer? Your first time?
I'd like to first appreciate our pastor, Pastor Nee.
I'm not sure about that anyway.
For the opportunity.
I was ordained in 1998. Let me rub it in.
I've really learned a lot.
1998. If I'm in some place, I will have become a bishop. Go ahead.
All right, I learned a lot. I was under his teaching sometimes last year in Uyo, where he talked about catching the spirit of a leader. And here today, he also talked about how you don't just, go up, how you have to grow up from being, an operational leader, strategic, and then sophisticated leader. That was a program I also listened to where he talked about sophisticated leader. That was the first time Upsurge, I think, I heard that. And today, it's everything I heard really blew my mind, and I'm already hunger, to achieve success. And I want to say thank you. I'm never going to remain the same, the way I came to Dubai, sure. God bless you, sir.
I want to appreciate the organizer of the NIA Adesanya think tank. This is not the first time, this is my first time in think tank, but this is not the first time I'm listening to him. He has been a good and wonderful mentor. We had our retreat last year at a hotel. Okay. We were together on the same table with Omegu Ogoshuku.
Okay. That retreat was so good, except one thing.
Yes.
And I hold Abioye responsible for that.
So it was
he
a
didn't lodge
wonderful.
me in a good hotel.
It was a wonderful occasion. Imagine some people had some things they've never discovered about themselves, and they were shedding tears. So it was a very rich information that we gathered that time. And since that time, I've been following him on all his social pages. He's been a very wonderful person. Then recently, like 2 weeks ago, he came to our headquarters in Abuja to...
I didn't see you.
No, I'm based in Ibadan.
Okay, you are the one who connected through Zoom.
Yes, I was the one. So it was also a powerful one. So I really appreciate that. The coming here has also widened my experience. When I was speaking, a little bit nervous because I am seeing great minds speaking. You can never imagine when people who are not even up to 40 years, let me put it that way, are talking about a billion deal. That shows that I'm in the midst of great minds. So I want to continue to be part of this. Next one, I will try my best to be there. Okay. I'll try my best to be there. I wouldn't want to not to see all these faces again, because it has been a wonderful. Yes. It's a wonderful company. It's a wonderful people I'm seeing from Nigeria, from Dubai, and from other parts of the country. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I so much appreciate meeting each and every one of you.
My name is Wale Ponle. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Gracias Global Homes and Property Limited. It's my first time actually getting to know about you, sir.
First time meeting me?
Yes, first time.
And you live in Lagos? How come I thought I'm not popular?
So I would give that credit to my neighbor and my friend, Mr. Hassan. He's the one who told me about this program, and then I signed up, and here we are. I would say for a fact that I've actually never attended a mastermind event that is organized by Nigerian, and my expectations were kind of high, and I would say that it's even surpassed, because most of the things that so most of the things
was kind of high, and it has been this,
and it's been surpassed, yes, because
it was surpassed that I wanted to hear.
Yeah, it's the truth, because we were able to relate the information with the reality, what we do every day. And I must say that it's an opportunity to sit down with like minds, and even people who are superior to me in the real estate industry and every other industry, and to also learn from them. This is a good one. I have a lot of things to take home. I am somebody who is very big on self-development, strategy, processes, and all these things. So, yeah, I learned a lot today. And I was going to inquire, and I want to inquire now publicly, if what's the process of actually signing up with you. So this is not going to be the only time that I get to meet you.
You can be rest assured that I'm available to tell you.
So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I've actually been looking for someone in the Nigerian space that I can connect with, and I'm glad that I have met you today, especially on this platform, which is something that I like. So thank you very much, and I would say it's nice to meet everyone here. I hope that now that we've gotten an idea of how to raise billions, I hope by the time we're meeting again, I'm going to stand in front of you and say, oh, this is what I've been able to do.
No, you're going to stand in front of and tell us, this is how we can
This is how we can make more. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. Thank you.